Hey, good morning. BKU, thank you for the almost 5 years. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Hey, thanks for dropping in to drop off that primer bacon. Howdy, howdy. Who's having a solid start to their week? Happy Monday. Happy Trading Day Eve. Yeah, the trading's not supposed to roll out with tomorrow's patch, yeah? Or tonight at the rollover, I think. They said the 28th. So it's trading tonight and then new cards in 2 days, question mark? So not tomorrow, but the day after, like Wednesday into Thursday US is the new set, is my understanding. And trading is tonight. Yeah, I was impressed with the compensation they were decided to put out. The jaded part of me thinks they must have been hemorrhaging people, but maybe it's just the start of a turnaround. Maybe they'll actually nail their economy rework. Thomas, thank you for the over 5 years. Good morning, good morning. And Rogues, thanks for the 3 quarters. Did that. Let's claim my dailies. We're up to almost 70 whole hourglasses. Ooh, ah. I'm running a version of the Brock Golem deck that runs eggs. That's an interesting idea. Like you play all grass energy and then Brock with Golem. That's probably pretty solid. Yeah, you're right. Eggs can carry, but Golem's a pretty good cleaner in the back, huh? Yeah, we were talking a little bit about the warning message in the Discord server this morning. Pull that up here. I assume this is targeted at the wonder pick abuse. The real money trade, and I assume this is, so part of this could be I have seen people trying to exchange money for wonder pick exchanges, and then also I would assume this is them trying to get out ahead of, because I assume there's going to be people trying to do real money trading when the actual trading goes live. Selling accounts, I wouldn't be surprised. Selling accounts could be part of it. That's definitely, I was approached for and turned down a fairly lucrative sponsorship from a company that was offering to sell Pokemon Pocket accounts that had opened God packs and full arts to start. Because that was my understanding of the terms of services. That was very much not allowed, and I didn't want to be promoting that on my channel. Yeah, I think I would bet part of this too is, I believe, so we've talked about how you can trim your friends list and just add people who open 2-star cards recently. I would bet that there are people rolling new accounts using scripts, which is almost assuredly against it. I don't think this is just explicitly about the wonder trading. The 2 bits, real money trading is people selling access to particular wonder picks, and then other behaviors that violate the terms of service. This is vague, but I would put money on this is referring to people who are using bots to get particular wonder picks rerolled. How much money do you think you'll spend on the update? Usually I budget like 100 packs from each booster is my expected spending. So hard to know for sure because there's some very non-specific, right? But that would be my educated best guess would be that. Collected 10 psychic types. God, I have so many of these. That's so good. Just gonna roll over here in a minute. Just gotta collect 15 psychic types. Oh, it's so many. I only have 1 day left on this. I need to collect 5 more psychic types in a day. Awkward. I don't think I'm gonna get the Mew EX one. I haven't been doing the extra wonder picks for those. I'm sitting on 480 hourglasses. Gonna be real sad if I can't use them for some reason. They literally specifically confirmed that hourglasses work for all packs because, as I talked about, the people who were implying that you weren't going to be able to use them were people farming rage bait. So there was I forget which site it was, but there was a site that reached out to the Pokemon Company directly, and they very specifically said, they were very pointedly said hourglasses are going to work for all expansions. Are you missing Snap? If I was missing Marvel Snap, I would be playing Marvel Snap on stream rather than trying to hit a sub goal to only do Pokemon. I've been enjoying Pokemon a ton. The deck building depth in this game is really fantastic, especially given how small the card pool is currently. Super excited to get 100+ new cards here soon. Say it. Thank you for the 2 months of Prime. How's the sub count diminish over the weekend? So just for clarity on this number, this is not like a subs since a date. This is a rolling count of the number of current subscribers my channel has at this very moment. So if you like watch during the stream, it goes both down and up as people who subscribed 30 days ago fall off and are no longer active subs. Kodoma, thank you for the 20 months. Welcome back. Nightmare, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it. And if you want a free way to help me hit my sub goal, we've got our mobile game sponsor, Dice Streams, for the next month. You can check them out using my link. It's in the YouTube stream description or in the Twitch chat with the command. If you haven't played them before, you can play through to get your castle to level 8 and collect a free Twitch sub to the channel as a thank you for that. I'm looking forward to the new set too. Even just the handful of cards they showed us. Oh, something we could talk about that we didn't talk about yet this morning is if you don't follow me on Blue Sky, where I was talking about it over the weekend, we got full images of a number of the cards from the preview video that we had parts cut off. So it's confirmed that Leafeon has a retreat cost of 1. It's confirmed that Honchkrow attacks anything for 50 damage for 2 energy. That card's gonna be insane. Honchkrow stage 1, 50 to anything for 2. Like, we do not know guard. We didn't get any additional cards. We just know the cards that are in my review, which you can find on the YouTube channel. Just we got some of the details confirmed that were previously cut off. Aerodactyl, Mew, Pokedex, Lightning Energy, Mythical Slab. Are they some kind of weird Dragonite deck? No, I skipped the weekly metagame report this week. Since there's a new set coming out soon. A lot of it was the same. The metagame report videos get like less and less popular the further into a metagame we get, and with the new cards coming out less than a week, I skipped it. I was also pseudo out of town. We had a 80-person camp in with my Cub Scout pack this weekend, so I was busy all day Saturday. Didn't feel like doing it when I got back Sunday morning. Well, this is an Ekans, I suppose. Yeah, my family's big on camping, and we do Cub Scouts with the kids. It's very cold in central Illinois, so we do, it's our second year we've done a camp in, where there's like this big convention center warehouse thing here in town, and they give it to us for the day and overnight, and we like set up tents inside, so the kids get to camp and like do a lot of camping adjacent activities without having to be in the frigid cold. Especially when they're little, you want them to like enjoy the experience. It's fine to like have like the older kids learn to like camp appropriately in cold weather, but when they're like kindergarten to 4th or 5th grade, you want to make sure they're having fun with it. Blue Beagle, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. The Mandalore coming in hot for the over a year and a half. Hey, Benton. I never quite hit Eagle myself, but did a lot of camping and some high adventure stuff as a youth. Thanks for making cool decks and explaining your thought process. I wouldn't have been able to play as well as I did this past weekend if it wasn't for you. Beetle, thank you for the biddies. Congrats on your top 8 in Ursi's tournament this past weekend. Maybe I don't need to swap. I don't know. Let's just corner him. Yes, the open tournament for the new set for Hooglandia, and I'll be hosting with Spraggles as sign-ups available now. It's gonna be this Saturday. Sure you snag a spot to get signed up for that if you haven't already. How many signups do we have? We have 710 signups currently. We're gonna cap at 2,000, so still plenty of room if you're interested in playing. The signups are technically open until right before the event fires. What's it called? Saturday morning, as long as there's space. Yeah, Arbok means they have no more maneuverability to keep them cornered. So as we are not doing a tournament today, I have to do some dad duty this afternoon, and we're going to be doing some sponsored time for dice streams before the end of the stream, so we're just going to chill and do viewer decks and talk today. I might take it easy on tournaments for the rest of the week. The big reason I like doing tournaments is like optimizing and improving decks, and with the new set right around the corner, we're not really optimizing anything. My heart isn't quite in the tournament gameplay nearly as much if I know there's new cards coming in a minute. We might sneak some more Rebirth in tomorrow, I think is my plan. When are they going to show more cards? So for the last expansion, they didn't show more cards. It was just, here's a teaser with like 5 or 6 things in it, and then the whole set dropped when it dropped. So I'd kind of expect that to be repeated again here. I do not intend to stream the night of the release. If the card, assuming the cards go up at midnight again my time, that's a very off time for me to stream. So my plan is to log in, check out everything that's in the set, and then I was really hoping to draw another basic here to insulate Eevee against. I'm gonna Sabrina them for potentially tempo here since I have 2. I was hoping to draw another basic so I can insulate against their Sabrina so they can't hit my Eevee. But Flareon with weakness clears Celebi in 1. Yeah, the streaming at midnight's a really off time for me, meaning the viewer count tends to be worse, and I'd like to record some set review stuff that night so it can get edited right away for the following morning. So they haven't officially confirmed when the cards release, but last time they happened at midnight central, so that's like 10 p.m. Pacific, so. And a lot of their promotional stuff talks about a lot of their promotional stuff. Some of it says the 30th and some of it says the 29th, so I assume it's going to be in between the two of those again. How much money will you spend day one? There's actually a limit on how much you can spend per day in Pokemon Pocket, and I expect I'll spend the limit for the first 2 to 3 days. Don't you find Celebi boring gameplay? Yeah, that's why I don't play Celebi. Not a huge fan personally, so I don't play it. Without another fire energy in sight, I think I'm gonna give up the knockout on the Farfetch'd and put this energy here. And then next turn, I could go Flareon, clear this, and then I can Sabrina with the Arbok and lock it in place, even if I don't find that other fire energy. I think the set will come in 1 day and 14 hours from now. I'd be surprised at that. Nice card. This Farfetch'd is Neo from the Matrix. Yeah, basically. Alright, the Celebi took my stapler, so we're gonna burn it to the ground here. It's worth noting that, like, even if they hadn't low-rolled there, they were still pretty dead, yeah? Flareon's so good in this matchup. Strawberry Porg, thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate that. Yeah, so the trading I would expect tonight, but I'm expecting the new set to be in 3 rollovers, basically. So not the rollover tonight, not the rollover tomorrow night, but the one after that. Okay, if they have enough Ericas, we could lose this, I suppose. So we used our first Sabrina aggressively because we had the second. Oh, they could also have a stage 1 here. Evolving clears a status condition. So this can't attack this turn, but Erica buys them time. If they have 2 Ericas, they could get us. Their deck usually plays 2 Ericas. I'll need to draw. If I draw second Arbok, we could be okay. what, two draws at second Arbok? We have a research and an Arbok left. Okay, I think that means we get across the finish line here. Because I go 60, and then they crack us, and they go back to 90, and then I put this up and hit them. We're gonna lose to a, we'll lose to a copy of Sabrina out of them. Because I messed up. If I would have played the Ekans last turn, we wouldn't lose to Sabrina here. But because I didn't, we do. Arcane, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate that. Oh, you're right. They do only have 1 point because they missed on the duck. Oh, I totally forgot about that. Well, I think we're good to go then. Yeah. Swap this out now still, I think, so that way Sabrina's not lethal. Because they're through both Ericas and a potion. So even if they potion again here, they only go to 70 and then Giovanni cooks them. We played this as a viewer submission last week, and I was like, it feels like there's something here. Flaread's a card. Flaread and Arbok are just like sweet tech cards. Yeah, I'm so excited for our tournament this weekend. I've been working with my editor / graphics designer. Cleaning up some of the logos and some of our backgrounds. We got all the overlays done. Got some excellent work. All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. But we'll be back with some more Pokemon Pocket in a minute. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, tap the like button on the live stream. Appreciate the few folks that did that already. Yeah, I got all my logistical stuff sorted over the weekend too for the tournament, I believe. In terms of running coverage. Gonna be able to do the time shifted. Oh, did he spell Spraggles wrong? He totally spelled Spraggles wrong. Good catch. Good catch. Thank you for the catch. See, this is why we show things to people. Yeah, good, cool, clean stuff in general. Obviously, we're gonna need to fix the logo everywhere, but we've got some fun stuff like this. We'll have to fix that everywhere though. I'm excited. Morning, Obi. Oh, I should put the poll up on the... Put the poll up on the YouTube stream. We show the deck list. Oh yeah, we can throw that up here for a second. This was, we had a build around request, speaking of typos, Flareon's typoed. We had a build around request for like doing something new with Arbok. And I was like, well, Arbok's sweet into like Pikachu and Mewtwo. So I wanted to build to cover the Celebi matchup, and then like just like we saw there, we're able to go ahead and just like burn Celebi to the ground. I have a solid backup plan. Wizard of Raz, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Welcome back. Zombuckles, thank you for the entire year. Let's get your sword to go with that shield. Which face card do you think will have a bigger impact on the meta? So I think the Dialga and Palkia are going to impact the meta game in different ways. Palkia looks like it's going to be a solid upgrade to existing decks, things like Gyarados and maybe even Lumineon Starmie. Whereas Dialga feels like it's probably going to spawn a new deck or two, right? So they would run Palkia over Druddigon. Quite possibly, yeah. Or there's a world where maybe you want to play a mix of the two. I could also see a very real world where... I could also see a very real world where you want to play Druddigon and Palkia, and you give up the Greninja plan. Could potentially be okay. Hey, Triple D, thanks for checking out the sponsored game promo. Appreciate it. I think I'm going Arbok into energy here. And then the way this works out, they crack me with their Arbok, I crack me theirs with mine, they clear me, Farfetch clears them. Remember we were asking for Kangaskhan to always hit for 30? Yeah, Palkia can kind of be that card. No, yes. Yeah, exactly that. Agreed. What am I using for the tournament? I'm going to be hosting the tournament with Spraggles, so we're going to be providing commentary and coverage of the entire event all day. So one of the there's no entry fee for the tournament, but your entry fee is essentially your screen share. So if you are playing in the tournament, you are obligated to share your screen upon request. If we ask you to share your games so we can coverage them and you refuse or are unable to, you will be dropped from the event. I am not playing in a tournament today. That is why the stream title does not talk about a tournament. Yeah, tournament signups are open until either we cap or until we cap or until the tournament starts on Saturday. We currently have about 700 signups, and we're gonna cap at 2,000. And it's also worth noting, even if we technically hit the 2,000 before the day of, free sign-up tournaments usually have people drop out at the last minute, so in my experience, it's like a Facebook event RSVP, somewhere between like 25 and 40% of the people that sign up to play don't actually play, just because it's free to sign up. There's a required method of screen share. You're required to screen share in the Discord server. All the details on the expectations for what you need to do are in the tournament page signups. They're about 700 right now, Windmagus. As a parent, the white sweater looks good, but it gives me anxiety. Yeah. Nah, I'm not playing any Marvel Snap. Part of the reason I took a break is because most of my time playing that game, I was feeling angry about it. I think I'm gonna power up the Flareon because it one-shots Weezing. Are you worried that you'll need to drop a lot of people for not being able to willing to screen share? I think anybody who signs up for the event and doesn't read the rules or doesn't intend to follow them gets what they deserve. I will be handing out actual zero sympathy to people who I fully expect we're probably going to have to drop people for not following the rules. I don't think Alakazam is a good or playable Pokemon Pocket card. You can screen share on mobile using Android or iOS, your phone directly. Mobile Discord supports the screen sharing. Oh, might be scuffed here at this point. Yeah, I've played in a number of community tournaments, and one of my things that's frustrated me as a player is a lot of tournament organizers, in my opinion, give way too much room to people who don't deserve grace. If your deck list isn't submitted on time, or you're failing to check in, or you can't screen share, I don't intend to work with people on Saturday. I intend to punish them and remove them from the event. It is disrespectful to the tournament organizer and all of the other people playing who had their stuff together to take extra time to handhold people who are too lazy to read or follow the rules. And I'm sure that's going to annoy some people, but I know as a competitor, it's way more annoying when, like, events start 5 to 10 minutes late or the rounds running over because the TO decided they wanted to handhold people that can't follow basic instructions. It must be cold because Jeff has a hoodie on. It's actually much warmer today than it has been. We're going to have a high of 45. Like, I think saying our tournament is huge would be fun, but, like, realistically, I only need, like, 100 competitors playing to run coverage for a tournament and have it be a good time. If we gotta drop some people because they can't follow basic instructions, that's their problem, not mine. Open on the stake? Open on the stake. Thanks, Mars. All right. We have fixed the typo on Spraggle's name. I appreciate the folks that pointed that out. It looks really clean with the series logo. Match of the sponsors. We're gonna have a sweet event. We're gonna set a high bar for tournament coverage for the season. Is my hope. Yeah, for people who are new, it's been a few years, so it's not even people who are new to the content, but people who weren't here an eternity ago. I used to run tournaments when I made Magic the Gathering content, and a metric that I was very, very proud of was our tournament content averaged 85 to 95% of the stream time was showing new matches from the tournament. So there wasn't a lot of waiting around for the next round to start. It was only like 3 years ago, right? It's been like 3 or 4 years, yeah. Ooh, if they hit this, we're in trouble. Do you think this game is in a good place, or does it need PvP rankings? Quite to the contrary, I think this game is in a good place in part because it doesn't have a ranking system. I think most ranking systems in digital card games don't measure skill, they just measure your ability to run on a hamster wheel. And I think Pocket is a better game without some type of ladder system. Yeah, our round timers are going to be a little bit more aggressive too. I think 32 or 33 minutes per round, including check-in, is the plan. Do I want to give up a knockout point here? I don't think I do. I have Leaf, so we can put this up. Have you collaborated with Spraggles before? Yeah, I used to do some Pokemon Unite stuff with him. He still does it, the Unite Championship Series broadcast, but I was a part of those for the first year that they did those. And then Marvel Snap stuff took off for me, so I stopped playing Pokemon Unite. Would this game be better with an option for 6-point games? Pokemon TCG Live is right over there. I think the suggestions that suggest we should turn this game into Pokemon TCG Live are very silly. I think Pokemon Pocket is a good and great game because it innovated on the game rules and didn't just try and copy and paste paper Pokemon. Zeus, thanks for the quarter of a year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I think ranked modes in games like this are awful, and I hope Pokemon Pocket never ends them. There's a very common misconception that ranked modes in games measure skills, but that's not what they do. Ranked modes in things like Pokemon Pocket and most competitive games these days aren't designed to tell you who's good at the game. They're designed to tell you who's played the game the most. In a system where someone with a 55% win rate in 1,000 games is ranked higher than someone with a 60% win rate in like 500 games, that's not really a competitive measuring stick. And one of the reasons why you'll see so many content creators ask for ranked constantly is because someone like myself who's making content for a game like Pocket, we get to play the game 5, 6, 8, 10 hours a day as part of our job. So ranking systems easily make content creators look good just because our job affords us the ability to play all day. And you combine that with the misconception that, like, ranked says you're good, and people are like, oh, these people are good, when really the answer is these people are, like, above average, but they just play a ton. We're going second. Opener's quacked. I'm not sure if I want these to be 2 Ekans or a second duck, so I'm gonna chill on the second duck for now, I think. Aztec, thank you for the 20th month. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I wish new cards were more than just Koga but for Mew or Blaine but for Garchomp. Oh man. It's honestly impressive how frequently someone's first time message in my chat can be something that mind-numbing. It's like, I don't know how you could look at a, like, how can you look at a set that introduced key interesting counter meta tech cards like Mew and Tauros, and even in this upcoming set, like the spoilers that we've seen for Dialga and Palkia, and just be like, all they do is just print new versions of the same card. Just like, what? Like, yeah, some cards have some similarities. But like the idea that that's the average case and not the exception is just like, I don't know. Maybe you're just trying to get a rise out of me, so I should ignore you. That might be the case. Gamers really are something else. I'm just gonna step on him here. Rip. Yeah, Slasher, I would assume the warning in the client today has to do with people wonder picking, especially using bots to wonder pick. Can you make a Melmetal Dialga deck? Yeah, I'm sure that's something most people are going to try. It's easy and obvious. I don't intend to, like, theory craft any decks until we have a full set list, though, because I'm sure there's other cards from the upcoming expansion you'll want to play. As a Twitch sub, how do you get full access to the Discord server? You have to link your Discord and Twitch accounts together to get full access. What if I do this and we just chill for a turn, and then next turn Geo plus Flamethrower lets us clear here, yeah? And I play the extra Farfetch'd out to play around a Sabrina, I think. So if they Sabrina us, we'll feed them the Duck Without an Energy. Submar, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Not around as much anymore, but I wanted to drop off my Prime. Thank you for that. Will trading require multiple copies of a card? None of the things they imply, they've said so far, imply that that's going to be the case. Hoping for a fire energy under this. Sweet. So fire energy under there means that I can Flamethrower again next turn. I am not providing you with legal advice. I am not reading an EULA for you. If you think you're engaging in behavior that might be breaking the TOS, I'd recommend that you stop. Yeah, I personally am really looking forward to playing Dialga with Tauros and Mew, speaking of tech cards. I think that's gonna be a sweet trio I put in a lot of things. If they play out any basic, Sabrina is lethal, and I have 2 of those. So 1 in 4 to win the game here. It's honestly incredible to me how few cards this game currently has, and I'm still, like, running into decks like this Flareon Arbok pile that, that feel good and reasonable to play. Like, this game had such a surprising amount of deck building depth. What am I drinking? Some blue raspberry lemonade hydration mix from my lovely sponsor, Advanced. Narhoglandia branded shaker. A little bit of flavor in the morning. What's the best version of Tauros stuff right now? Right now, I would say probably something with Executor EX, because I think Executor EX is another one of the strongest cards in the game. Yeah, for people on the YouTube side, the bots don't work in the YouTube chat. So links to things like the advanced promo, the drink sponsor, and like the Dice Streams game promo, those are in the video description. But YouTube's a third-rate streaming platform, so a lot of basic features don't really work. All of the advanced drink mixes are sugar-free. Yes, the dice game is a free sub promo. You gotta get your castle to level 8 while checking it out. Cramorant. This is like 3 Energy Dug Trio, yeah? Get Quack in here. If the new set releases at the same window the last set released at, yeah, it'll be 1 a.m. EST on the 30th. This card's so good. It is such an insane testament to how tightly balanced this video game is that this card is good. Although the evolution here probably means we're torched. Oh, second Eevee's bad too. Wilford, thank you for the Baker's Dozen. Appreciate that. Expansion is in 3 resets, I believe. So 2.5 days. If we use the Wonder Pick God Packs, will we be banned? I am not a lawyer, and I am not offering you legal advice. If you are confused about the terms of service you agreed to, you should consult a lawyer. Yeah, it could have been right to put the energy on this Eevee and let this just take a hit for a turn. I think the game plan now is just do this and hope they don't hit me with double heads. Think we're dead from here. I'm not going to be able to power through the Articuno in the back. When their next attacker was going to need 3 energy, we had some breathing room, but the Articuno is going to get to slide forward and hit this right away. So what's the sequence? What's the sequence here? So I burned the Kingler down. I don't have any points, right? I think we're just into this. Yeah, I think we're just into that. I was having an argument with a friend about ranked mode, and after they agreed that it wasn't really measuring skill, or they didn't really just want a number to go up, they actually said they just wanted more free stuff. Yeah, that's the one hiding underneath most of the time. More free stuff, please. Our Executor matchup is probably hard. How do you think they'll split the 3 starter evolutions among 2 packs? I assume we'll get 2 starters in 1 pack and then Gible plus the other starter in the 2nd pack. Be my expectation. Oh, they don't have it. All right, Arbok for the game win. Unlucky. I mean, in my evaluation of Leafeon, I assumed we knew what the card did. I think the card's probably pretty playable. Yeah, I've been level 50 for like a month. The level cap in this game is way too low. Getting punished for not Giovanniing last turn. Need to draw that Arbok now, huh? You think they will increase level cap with 2 cards? I genuinely don't know, because I would have expected they would have wanted to increase the level cap with the last set of new cards they already released, so feels like it could go either way. Do you think generic question with no information given? I do actually. Strong, yes. I would expect new cards 70-ish hours from now, not 38. The lack of extra fire energy here is a little scuffed. Especially without Arbok. If we had Arbok, it wouldn't be a big deal, but without Arbok, it's kind of sad. Why reveal Flareon there? Because it doesn't matter. Once the fire energy shows up, they know we're a Flareon deck. I go to 60. I pass them. They hit me to 30. Yeah, I think I'm chilling. I think that's the game. Need enough fire energy one turn sooner. All right, I have to do one more set with this one, but we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. Appreciate everybody hanging out this board. Hope your Monday's off to a great start. Don't go anywhere. I think Leafeon will be good with fossils. I would be shocked if it was good with fossils, but I expect people will try that. That sounds very gimmicky. Snake Sada Flame for the deck name. That's a good one. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button if you haven't already. Got almost 500 people over there and only 172 like button pressers. I think we can pump those rookie numbers up. Or trainer Joixie from Gen 4. I have no idea. I don't have any personal attachment to anything in the Pokemon IP past Gen 2. Knickknacks, thank you for the 21 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Honey TTV, thank you for the 7 months. Good morning, good morning. You a tea or a coffee guy? I'm an iced tea guy. I don't drink a lot of caffeine in general, though. Got our new banner with the colors up there on the tournament page. It looks so good, gamers. Holy. I make my own iced tea. I do not. Buy it in a bottle. Sweet or unsweet? When I started my weight loss journey last year, I moved away from drinking calories. So all unsweet these days. Do you think the Weezing Scolipede deck is good? No, it's objectively bad. Was played a ton in tournaments at the start of the season and fell on its face very consistently. It's not good. Would love a Farfetch plus an X speed in our 3 draws here. All right. Step 1. Yeah, I think Ekans Arbok X speed is close. I would be absolutely shocked if we don't get a Dark EX in this set. Dark Ray is in some of the promotional materials on the press release page, so hopefully that'll be one of our Dark EXs. Yes, Dice Dreams is the same as maker as the Domino Dreams. Some character overlap there for sure. If you're enjoying Dice Streams, you want to grind for a bigger sub goal. What is it? There is a big one. It's, Kingdom level 60 is the big one. I think I'm actually just going to clear this Vulpix with Giovanni. I think I'm actually going to clear this Vulpix with Giovanni, so that way if they put Ninetales up and clear this, I have Sylveon ready to go. Time for valuable life lessons with socially awkward live stream chatters. Walking into a live stream or up to a person in real life and saying, "Hey, are you okay? You sound sick," is what we refer to as a net negative decision to make. What do we mean by this? Well, there's 2 possible outcomes when you walk up to someone and say, "You sound sick." The first possible outcome is they are sick and they're aware they sound sick, and now you're needling them about the fact that they sound under the weather. The second possible outcome is they feel fine and they think they sound fine, and now you've made them self-conscious about the fact that you're telling them they sound like they're sick. It's one of those 0 upside, all downside social interactions that you can very explicitly avoid and should. Heads up here for the opponent. They switched the Ninetales out, so my Flareon can't come up and clean it. Yes, as someone who's a parent, hearing you look tired is another one of those, like, yes, thanks for the reminder. Appreciate it. Am in fact tired, have 3 children, 10 and under. Unfortunately, we're just dead to Blaine the way this game is lined up because the opponent switched well. I enjoyed the Meltiad Melmetal deck, new deck. Yeah, it was real solid. Dr. Jerome, thank you for the primer. Appreciate it. Unfortunately, our opponent has 2 points here already, so Blaine just cooks our poor Flareon for 120. Yeah, GG opponent. Alright, I think we've been pedaling long enough that the sweater needs to come off. My wife and I are expecting our first child soon. Is there any advice you wish to give someone that someone gave you when you had a newborn? Nah, probably not anything you haven't heard before. Sleep now. Actually, maybe a good one. If you're, since you're soliciting me for advice, you're gonna get a lot of unsolicited advice as a new parent. And sometimes people are going to be less than kind when you choose to not take their unsolicited advice. So don't let other people bully you into making parenting decisions that you don't think are right for you and your family. There's a lot of bad advice out there, and you ultimately are the one that's in charge of and responsible for you and your family. Make choices that work for you. Don't let people who aren't you and aren't your family bully you into doing things that you don't think are right for your family. Oh, hey, Bardic, you sent something in? We'll do some Omastar. Yeah, we could dark around with some Omastar. I was wondering what third-party software you use to know what cards your opponent have. I'm not using any third-party software. When you see me playing a tournament match, tournament rounds are generally open deck lists, so both players know each other's decks when you're playing a tournament. Or maybe you're confused when you hear me talking about things my opponent is likely to have, like that last game I talked about losing to a Blaine, because I was just extrapolating that my opponent's deck playing Ninetales is likely to have a Blaine. Yeah, what a weird leading question. So, Jeff, what do you use to cheat while playing Pokemon Pocket? Could you share with the stream? The other thing that really gets me whenever something that people love to assert is that you can't extrapolate the open deck list gameplay to general gameplay, when the reality is that's not true, right? Like, while you can't have 100% certainty what you're going to be playing into, you could definitely have a high certainty that your opponent's likely to have certain cards given on the ones that they've played so far, right? Whether it's something like Blaine in that last game that we played, or knowing that a given archetype is more or less likely to be played, something like Sabrina. You definitely can and should be playing around things that are likely to be in your opponent's deck in a lot of situations. All right, we have a request to play some Omastar. Do you want to color inside the lines or outside the lines? It's a good pairing for Oma. Have I played Drudagon Tauros Oma? Starmie. So the problem with playing Starmie Omastar is I feel like that'll just be a deck that gets carried by Starmie. How much gold does it take to open 10 packs? 60. I don't think I've played this with the Drudagon shell before. Maybe we'll do that. We can play a Kenga as a wall. We could probably play 5. One of the nice sides with Drudagon and Bull with the fossil is you never start on the fossil, which you don't want to do. Yeah, Omastar only needs 1 water, so we could play Fire Energy in the deck, which is nice. You want Geo to go with the Bull. I got a couple extra slots here still. I don't know that I really want to be a Misty deck. I think building up this organically is probably fine. I guess it can't hurt. If we hit Misty on this, it means that we can power up these faster. Can I play a single copy of Misty? What if we do that? I'll play a single Misty and single Sabrina. Alright. Part where I say my kingdom for default flares while I flare everything. Misty over Leaf. Stop it, my dear Cheddar. Do not cut copies of Leaf from the Drudagon Tauros deck. Does Lucario plus Kabutops move you at all? So the answer to that question is thinking about something else. Is Kabutops' problem in the current metagame that it doesn't heal enough? This is a good like deck building lesson in general. When you're asking yourself, okay, how do these new cards help old ones? You want to ask yourself the question, what's the problem that this old card has? So for Kabutops, I would describe the problems. Kabutops has 2 primary problems that keep it from being good in the current metagame, in my opinion. The first is the typical 2 stars are inconsistent. But let's say, okay, I accept that it's inconsistent. What's its other problem? Kabutops' other problem is that it dies in 1 to Mewtwo and Charizard, right? So it's healing enough is not the issue. It's that it dies frequently without being able to heal. So the type of card I would be interested in making Kabutops more playable is if we get some type of Poke tool that makes fighting cards have more HP, that would be appealing. Or something like a Focus Sash that stops it from getting knocked out. Things along that line could actively solve one of Kabutops' problems. Hey, Jeff, I want to say as a trans member of your community, I appreciated your video yesterday. Hey, Kaibiel, I'm glad you feel welcome here. Thanks for being a part of our community. A fellow Drudagon enjoyer. All right, so Tauros not looking too hot here. We have this whole line, though. That sounds lovely. Well, they also are on Fire Energy. I have first energy advantage. I might just power up my Drudagon and hope to spike a Giovanni in our next 2 draws. Oh, and they're powering up their back dork. Yeah, that tracks. So do we pivot to this one? Yeah, so for people that don't follow all my stuff on YouTube, I decided to put up a Blue Sky social account over the weekend to give that a try as a platform. And when I posted my Blue Sky profile on the YouTube page saying, "Hey, I'm doing this. Feel free to follow me. Feel free to follow me if you're using that platform." Bigots got mad, as they often do, at the fact that there were those very scary pronouns in my social media profile bio. So we posted a short video just to like set the vibe / tone of the space that like, hey, if you're gonna be a shitty person, don't be in my space. See yourself to the door. I don't know how we maneuver from here. I feel like, especially with them building up a Greninja as well, we're just kind of cooked. And again, for clarity, because apparently my communication is not clear, the hateful comments that I was cleaning out were not on Blue Sky, they were on YouTube. So I shared my Blue Sky profile on my YouTube channel saying, "Hey, I'm over here, come follow me." And then people on YouTube were less than kind about that. Yeah, this game's not going to end for like 80 turns, but I don't see an avenue for us to win, so I'm going to leave. Good to have you here, Doombuggy. No, not. I think I'm gonna be off of tournament gameplay until the new cards drop. The thing I tend to personally really enjoy about playing tournaments is like building and optimizing and working on decks and improving them. And once we're this close to a new set release, it kind of loses its luster. New cards release either 38 hours from now or 62 hours from now. And it's unclear from materials which of the two that is. So in decks that play Druddigon, it's usually just a frontline wall. So we're just hanging out, waiting for our stage 2 to build up in the back. Probably play this other Druddigon out to the bench, so that way if they have a Sabrina, we can just do the Truffle Shuffle here. And then ideally we draw a Leaf to be able to pull this out and put Omastar up next turn. So it's a little up in the air when exactly the set is releasing, because some of the materials say the 29th and some of it say the 30th. So I think that most likely means it's the reset in between the 29th and the 30th, but it's unclear. Unclear that that's guaranteed to be the case. I'm expecting it's going to release at midnight central like the last set released, but which days in between it's releasing at midnight central is unclear. My understanding is that trading releases at tonight's rollover in about 14 hours or so. No, I don't intend to be live for pack opening. I need to... The night the set releases, I'm going to be up till 2 or 3 a.m. recording set review stuff, so that's more important than a live stream that won't have a lot of viewers. I believe trading goes live with this next rollover, but again, like, they don't really communicate that super clearly, so that's also kind of speculation. Isn't there merit to having a queue where some people try harder on average? I feel like that's what they attempted with their TCG player queue versus casual queue. So something that I've experienced in every card game that I've played is people always try to imply that there should be some mythical fantasy space where the players are better than the place where they're currently playing. And a lot of it tends to be very elitist in my experience. It's basically just people being like, ugh, I'm so much better than these people I'm playing against. I wish I could play against other good people like myself. Varringtons, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. I don't know, online games like this don't usually have super casual spaces. Like, you'd go into, like, unranked queues in games like Magic Arena, and there'd still just be people playing, like, stock meta decks. Do you think that players are better in tournaments? I think players playing tournaments on average tend to be less distracted than people playing at home. What do I mean by that? I think we're just dead again here. So someone asked a second ago, could we do more play-by-play? But I don't know. There really hasn't been much to say about these games, and we're kind of just talking about other stuff going on between trading and the new set coming out. So, like, just to pause and actually talk about what's going on in this game. Like, I could leave the Omastar out, but I don't have another attack here. And then, like, I can pivot to this eventually, but I'm going to have to give up a knockout point here because I'm not going to be able to pivot back. I guess I can leaf this into the other Ammonite, and then evolving the Ammonite next turn clears the status condition. So, like, maybe this is our best line. Sorry, to talk about the tournament comment of better players or not, I think a lot of the people you play against in the random queues are playing Pokemon Pocket while also doing something else. And I think, on average, you get people who are less distracted in the regular queues, or in a tournament setting. So I don't think it's remotely okay these players are better, so much as it's these players just a little bit more focused on what's going on. Because they have a little bit more of a commitment to the game they're currently playing. So we lock this out of attacking, but they can put up... Yeah, I think we're just Torch, because they retreat to this and clear us and put an energy here, and then I can clear them back, but then this cleans me out on the back crack on this. Looking forward to any Gen 4 Pokemon. No, I'm a Pokemon boomer. Anything past Gen 1 and Gen 2, I'm not really super familiar with, outside of, like, things I've learned from other games. What about the 5-win event queue for competitive play? I think that's mostly the same too. The 5-win type stuff is pretty high variance in general. Just because even good players in a game like Pokemon Pocket are only winning like maybe 60% of their matches. So winning 5 in a row when you have a good win rate is still a pretty high variance endeavor. Who's your favorite Pokemon? Alolan Sandshrew my favorite. So the expectation here is they're going to swap this out. They'll clear, I'll clear, they'll clear me back. So looks like we're just torched here. Did LD Player get rid of Pokemon Pocket? So LD Player just gives you an Android emulator that has the Play Store inside of it. So install their latest version and then use the Play Store inside of your Android emulator to install Pocket. Milla, thank you for the 16 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Yeah, I assume they rotate through which ones they put at the very front based on which games are more recent. Celebi Gaming. So this is probably going to be a Leaf the Bull out, power it up so we can clear the Celebi on the backswing. This is our primary attacker against Celebi. Clears them for 120, which with Giovanni clears it in 1, or a Rough Skin clears it in 1. Yeah, if you have an Amazon Prime sub, Twitch Prime subs are great. They can help me hit my sub goal, get you into the full Discord server. So we'll start charging this up. They have first energy advantage, but so long as they don't roll 2 heads next turn, we're in an okay spot still. Did I use my pack points before the new packs arrive? Nope. Your pack points aren't going anywhere. You won't be able to use pack points on the new set, but you'll still be able to use them for cards in the old set. They're just booster pack specific. I think the Marvel Snap compensation package really surprised me how good it was. And hopefully it means they're actually going to make their economy better meaningfully. We'll see, though. There's a big question mark of how long it's going to take them to implement their better economy. Al, thank you for the almost 3.5 years. Welcome back. The new set's looking great. What was it? They gave out like they're giving out like 6,000 collector's tokens, a small pile of gold, and a few other things for people that had people in the US that couldn't get into the game. Yeah, small pile of variants, a bunch of stuff. Puts us to sleep. I don't know. I hope people are having fun with Snap, but I don't really even if they fix their economy stuff, if Pokemon's still fun for me, I don't know that I'm going to be going back to it. While part of my frustrations were definitely the community being obnoxious or toxic around economy stuff, it's not the only thing that was pushing me out personally. Playing Pokemon Pocket reminded me how much I really enjoyed traditional set releases in a card game. Marvel Snap's weekly card releases, being a bunch of mirror matches or people playing hard counters, is really dry in comparison to a traditional card game release. Am I powering this up? Seems fine. I think they're dead at this point. So Ancient Whirlpool locks us from attacking. They can't put Celebi up at any point without dying to Tauros plus Geo, and I already have one knockout point. So if I clear the Celebi, we win the game. Yeah, I think that's the way the Marvel Snap economy works is instead of people being excited about new cards releasing, it's just people asking if they can skip the card or if they have to buy it. Which is really weird, right? Like, new cards coming out should be the most exciting time in a card game. So the fact that, like, anytime a Marvel Snap card comes out, people are just like, am I allowed to skip this one or will I be punished? It's just like, no, I just want to, like, have cards come out and, like, be excited to play with it. I'm so hyped. We only know 5 cards in the upcoming set. It's so hype already for Pocket. All right, Tauros, do your thing. It always gives me a moment of pause when I go to retreat and ask me which energies to pick when I play a 2-color deck. Yeah, I agree, Who. I really like the number of industry trends that Pocket has bucked successfully. The lack of a ranked ladder hamster wheel is such a big one. Being able to just, like, play games because I enjoy playing the game rather than because I feel compelled to is such a great quality of life improvement. All right, speaking of things we gotta do, we gotta run some adverts. I'll see you in 120 seconds, gamers. Remember, if you want to dodge ads for the next month on the Twitch side and support my stuff directly, check out our Dice Streams promo running for the next little bit. You can give it an install on mobile and hit your Kingdom level 8 to support my stuff and get a free sub to the channel. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Over 500 people watching, less than 300 like button pressers. I think we can pump that up. Tapping that over there as well. I played a ton of the OG Pokemon Game Boy Color TCG stuff back in the day. I'm a millennial. P-Brain, thanks for the brand new primer. Appreciate it. Yeah, Zinder. Pocket's economy with trading rolling out, unless the trading currency is completely inaccessible, this game will easily be the most successful free-to-play card game ever. Like, it's very clearly structured in a way to let you get all of the cards to actually play the game. Do you think we get more deck slots? I hope so, but these games all seem to hate giving you enough deck slots. Yeah, I had an awesome weekend with the family. We had a camp in with our Cub Scout pack over the weekend, and like 20 families, 25 families, and 80 people pitched tents inside of a big heated building. And the kids got to do a bunch of camp games and crafts and stuff together. Certainly beats trying to tent outside in single-digit temperatures. Deck slots for a ticket. I would super accept monetized by deck slots. Please let me pay you money for extra deck slots. I tried an Omastar deck like this last week, and I had a hard time getting to 3 energy on all my attackers. So, the goal of decks like this, I heard that comment a lot when we played Blastoise in this same core. And the TLDR is you just focus on one attacker at a time, and it comes down to being able to correctly identify which of your 3 attackers you want to power up first. Slingdinger, thank you for the entire year. Let's get your sword to go with that shield. Welcome back. Yeah, we've played Weezing Pidgeot EX. It's okay. Yeah, trading is supposed to be out in about 14 hours the next rollover. Hey, Bobby, we live in Central Illinois. A couple hours south of Chicago. The Bloomington Normal area, if you're familiar. Fan of the NFL? No, I don't do any sports that don't start with E. Even esports stuff I don't watch a ton of. It's my personal favorite deck. I really love the Lumineon Starmie deck. I played a ton of that recently for a reason. With Tauros as our lead here and no way to get it out, I think I power up Druddigon to start here. It's close though. If I put my first energy on here and they have Executor EX, which is likely, I just kind of get run down. I want to make it very clear that when I'm talking about dates and when I expect things to release, it is speculation. Dina and the Pokemon Company do not communicate clearly. There is not clear, obvious communication on when things are going. So the release stuff said that trading was going to be out on the 28th. So the rollover tonight is going into the 28th. So that's my expectation. It's like, when is the set coming out? Well, some of the set release materials say the 29th, some say the 30th. So I would assume that that's the rollover between the 29th and the 30th, but that's just an assumption. Loading. Thanks for the brand new primer. I appreciate that. What's the timer for the sub goal? My plan is to do all Pokemon Pocket on the channel as our primary content through the tournament on the 1st. And if the new set release and the tournament on the 1st don't push us up to the over 2200, we'll probably poke back in and see what Marvel Snap's like next month. And I want to make it very clear that I don't intend to stop doing Pocket stuff. I love Pocket. It's a ton of fun. It just also got bills to pay and mouths to feed, so if it doesn't, just Pocket doesn't sustain in terms of monetary, we'll do Pocket plus a little bit of something else. Is there an Erica here too? Because 2 potions Doesn't get you out of range. What do you think about the Bazaar? The Bazaar might be another one that I try. They're supposed to have their mobile release sometime soon, right? Oh, I think Tauros is just better than Omastar in this matchup, unfortunately. The Bazaar is hard to follow. Literally every turn-based strategy game is impossible to follow if you don't play it yourself. It's one of the reasons why turn-based strategy games don't have that large of a presence on places like Twitch. Whether it's Magic the Gathering or Marvel Snap or Pokemon Pocket or Bazaar, all of these games depend on you playing them enough to understand the mechanics. Even with someone like myself, when I'm doing full play-by-play and strategy breakdowns, it still very much hinges on people being familiar with game pieces. Yeah, things like Counter-Strike tend to be like the easiest to follow. It's why they've been the more successful as a more general esport. So just for clarity's sake, because there's a lot of confusion about this in the community, the Pocket Discord server is not an official Pocket representation. The Pocket Discord server is a fan server that's powered by speculation, just like I'm talking about here on stream. So information posted on the Pocket Discord is not giving you anything I'm not giving you. Please, my dear gamers, for the love of God, I'm begging you to stop actuallying me, and I'm telling you that I'm literally talking to people at the Pokemon Company who haven't been able to confirm for me yet. So I just want to make it clear that what I'm telling you in speculation, I am very confident in speculation. So please, hands and knees. I get that there's a lot of speculation in a lot of different places. But it is still just speculation, yes. Yeah, I think we're torched here. I think I'm gonna slide along from this one. Poor Omastar. Honestly, I think the rise of Celebi made this poor lad. Two things made this card worse than it was last season. Part of it is Celebi, because the Celebi deck really punishes people that can't clear it in one, and this just doesn't have a big attack. I feel like for your stage 2 to potentially be good, you need to be threatening to clear Celebi in one. And the second is that Leaf made it easier to shuffle your Pokemon around, right? Like, there's no longer, oh, Omastar is like extra good into Mewtwo because they have to give up energy to pull it out. Like, no, they just like Leaf and shuffle it back and forth. Owner of the Pokemon Company here. My uncle is Dr. Pokemon. Let's muck around for a little bit. It's very clear Jeff's a Dina Company advanced ambassador. He trashes Snap and like Pocket. It's all clear. I had someone unironically comment on my video talking about how I think Pocket has a lot of skill-based decisions in it, that I was being paid by the Pokemon Company to say that. It's like, holy gamers. What's going on, Dan? Thanks for the tip. We could build far-fetched, I don't think we have a goose Pokemon that's playable. Like, the Swan's pretty bad, but, Golduck's pretty serviceable. Hey, franchise. Thanks for that brand new Prime support. I appreciate it. Oi, with the brand new Primer as well. Appreciate you folks taking a couple of buckaroos from Jeffrey Bezos and sending them my way. The lack of Coughings is devastating. This does 30 plus poison at least here, which is nice. Yeah, it's actually extra funny because Pokemon is probably the biggest gaming company that does probably the least amount of direct content creator sponsored stuff, just because like their IP carries and people like want to play Pokemon stuff. They don't really need to pay people to play because we're just like in it anyways. I'll swap this out in Divine with the coughing draw me things. I'm playing Weezing, Muck, Tauros. I'm playing Sandalit instead of Tauros. I think Tauros with Muck is a little redundant because Muck kind of covers your need to deal big damage type stuff. So I like Sandalit as another efficient attacker. How do I submit a deck for you to play on stream? There is a message pinned above each of the chats that lets you have instructions on how to send in a deck submission. Yeah, I've enjoyed this Muck deck a lot. I think it's sweet. Why are they putting Psychic Energy on Celebi? Celebi counts all of the energies on the card, not just Grass Energy. Very common misconception. It actually has a colorless energy in its cost for a reason. I assume the warning message they released in client today has to do with those botting to crack packs for Wonder Pick stuff, yeah. If they don't hit 3 heads here, they are absolutely cooked to our copy of Koga. Nom 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 nom. And this is kind of a direct example of why you don't need Tauros in this build, I don't think, because you just like do your best Tauros impersonation with wheezing into what's it called? Maybe I should wait on that in case I need to land it. Yeah. And then from here, they have no energy left, and we have all dark Pokemon into their double psychic, so probably done here, I imagine. I would be incredibly surprised if two-color Dialga is playable without some other type of fixing. Maybe if they give us some type of trader or supporter to guarantee an energy or two, it could be okay. Yeah, or maybe a Pokemon tool or something, but I think without proper color fixing, you really want metal for Dialga. Yeah, it needs 2 steel for its first attack, which is a big ask in a 2-color deck from a consistency standpoint. So Kogabuck lets us Truffle Shuffle Grimer out of the lead. That might be the line, so we can division next turn. Does anyone know when the normal shop hourglasses refresh? The normal ones, not the monthly ones. Those ones don't refresh. The cheaper starting ones are these are your new to be playing type things, basically. With the Salandit draw, do I gas here? Gas would deal 30 back and forth, leaving it at 70. And then this will be 50 plus 10 more, which is still not enough. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go ahead and divide here. Can they program them to disappear if you bought them? Hopefully that's on their to-do list. Oh, I forgot about weakness. Oh, my brain is so bad in the morning. Okay, maybe I was supposed to Grimer then. Yeah. That's part of the appeal of playing Salandit, is weakness in the Salvi matchup. Yeah, I should have. Psychic, Water, Grass, Fire, and Fighting have bench Pokemon with type advantage. You bench Pokemon with type advantage. I don't understand your question, Sliptip. It doesn't English for me. Our lack of wheezing is a travesty. Bench support. Oh, you mean like a Pokemon with a Pokemon ability that works from the bench? Yeah, I assume we'll get all of those eventually. Steel and Dark as types are like very explicitly and intentionally underdeveloped in the current Pokemon pocket. 1000% expect. 1000% expect that'll change over time. I think we're dead at this point. We would have been less dead if I would have seen the Salandit weakness line. If I would have Grimer attacked. Definitely should have done that. One of the sweet things about this particular build is that your Dark Pokemon are super effective into Mewtwo and your Salandits are super effective into Celebi. So you get some typing advantage in 2 of the more common matchups in the format. Fighting Energy Execute. Probably the Aerodactyl build. And this is something I want to highlight, that is a skill a lot of people don't develop appropriately. A comment that happens quite frequently on my tournament decks videos are people are like, Jeff, this game's only skill testing because it's open deck list, and it's not the same when you play random queues. When you're playing in the random queue in Pokemon Pocket, you have a ton of information about what your opponent's deck is doing just from what they've shown you. Like, just seeing my opponent's lead Pokemon here and this energy, I bet I could tell you 16 of the 20 cards in their deck. Maybe even more than that if they're really not coloring outside the lines at all. And that's one of those skills that's so important to have if you're going to be good at card games, is understanding what cards you can infer and should be playing around based on the small subset of information that they have, that you have already. So, for example, the most common build of Execute with Fighting is the Aerodactyl Hitmonlee build. So I would expect another Execute, I would expect 2 Executor, I would expect the Amber Fossil, Aerodactyl EX, and a Hitmonlee. And then Pokeballs, Researches, that's like 12 or 13 cards there already. Alright, opponent's unfortunately very unlucky, and they don't have most of those cards, so we're done here. See, I think it's really interesting that when I talk about... What's the best way to put it? Someone on the YouTube side just got their panties in a twist about me giving that example and talking about how closed deck lists and open deck lists reward similar skills in a similar way and how you're supposed to be playing it. And it's not... What's the best way to put it? If you view me articulating my position and giving a clean example in the moment as talking down to someone who tried to tear down my content, I'm just giving the energy back into the world that they gave me to begin with. Like, they started by being hostile to me and telling me that my content's not good or that there's no skill in the game because of this. And then I'm not even being rude to them. I'm just talking about, here's an example of how you demonstrate this skill in the other setting that they're trying to say it doesn't exist in. The idea that anytime you give pushback on anything, you're just supposed to, like, roll over and lay down as a content creator. And just, like, someone says this is true and you're just supposed to ignore it, or you're supposed to be, like, blisteringly positive. I wasn't even rude there. I was just, like, very neutral about it. It just wasn't explicitly blisteringly positive, so it's supposed to be viewed as mean. One of the things that I truly think is those comments from people who say things like, well, this game is all luck based or there's no skill. Those comments are super rude to people like myself who put a lot of energy in and are winning more. You're downplaying the work that I've put into something by telling me, no, it's all variance. And I'm just supposed to roll over and just accept that, like, you're right. I'm not good at this game that I play 8 hours a day and put a lot of effort to. I'm just supposed to be like, yeah, you're right. All variants and me bad. As a really fun stat that I looked up last night because I realized I have a tracking of it. I've played 145 best of 3 tournament matches in Pokemon Pocket since Mythical Island release, and I won 85 of them, which is about a 59% win rate over a pretty decent sample size. Which, for people who aren't familiar, in other card games like Magic the Gathering, having a 60% win rate practically over a decent sized tournament sample is considered incredible. Like that is a very high win rate. And like 145 isn't a massive sample. Yeah, and I'm hitting that win rate while playing largely off meta decks and brews. It's funny that when we're talking about this and someone will unironically post a comment, this game's all luck-based, can't you see the coin flips? Did you know Dota and League of Legends have critical hits? Are Dota and League of Legends all variants because they have a variance element in them? Did you know all card games have random card draws? And random card draws out of a deck of cards are basically just coin flips in a trench coat if you think about it. The number one thing that Pokemon Pocket has taught me, well, one, I think we're completely scuffed here, GG opponent. The number one thing Pokemon Pocket has taught me is that the average gamer is really bad at understanding where variance comes from in the other games that they play. And Pokemon Pocket's coins are what we refer to as explicit variance. It's very clear and easy to understand this is the source of random in the game we're currently playing. Whereas other games like Magic or Marvel Snap or others, they hide the variance better. A lot of their variance is what we refer to as implicit. Those games have a bunch of 50-50s, but their 50-50s don't put a coin in front of your face while they happen, so it's easier to not understand what's going on or do mental gymnastics to try and pretend that they're not really happening. And a lot of it is an escaping of personal accountability as well. If you acknowledge that there's skill-based elements to a game like Pokemon Pocket, it means that you could be getting better by being reflective and playing better, which means you're responsible for some of your results. Whereas if the game's all variance and luck-based, well, it's not my fault I died. It's not my fault I only win 40% of my games. I'm just unlucky. Hey, what's going on, Josh? It's been great to have a bunch of old Magic viewers back as we move into Pocket. Yeah, we played a little bit of Florges. Just stage 2s are super inconsistent and her payoff just isn't the best for how inconsistent she is. The games where your Florges deck gets to like evolve Florges right away tend to be pretty strong, but the many games where that doesn't happen, you tend to be in a little bit of trouble. Yes, that is, someone in chat says, I was listening to a board game podcast, and there was a discussion of pre-action randomness and post-action randomness, and I could completely agree. When the variance happens and where it goes, they're definitely different. What are we doing here? They don't have any energy. With no energy on this, I think I'm actually inclined to leaf here without wheezing and just get the Grimer going. Just start putting damage up. Yes, good clean comparison. Input randomness is what card did you draw. Output randomness is what did you roll or what did you flip. No, I don't really enjoy custom format tournaments. Things like no EX. The regular metagame would have to be really bad and uninteresting for me to personally want to explore a custom tournament format. Maybe I'm supposed to wait on this. It's close. If they have the Leaf next turn, we're going to be in a little bit of trouble because I haven't found any of my stage 1s. Those are the big ones. I had a bunch of you could always spot the comments from the Magic the Gathering players from like 10 miles away, because they'll make some type of comment about how the game's not skill testing because there's no instant speed interaction in it. Speaking of skill testing, holy, thank you for the red card, my opponent. Good God. Want to talk about one of the most skill testing parts of card games, chat? Building your decks better. I can't imagine red carding someone who's been breaking on all of their stage 1s and still hasn't played. I hadn't played any copies of Research, and you red carded me? Holy Christ, gamer. Good golly. I can't imagine. I don't know, maybe they got a Sabrina here too that's gonna get us, but without Sabrina, we're in like a pretty reasonable spot, maybe? I guess maybe with Leaf I can retreat, yeah? So we'll be okay. Misty on Gyarados probably torched. Oh, even without the Misty, they didn't even, did they need the Misty? The Misty actually didn't matter. It actually, the Misty actually was completely irrelevant here. Yes, just so we're clear. Wobber Jackie, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. I appreciate that. Welcome back, GG opponent. Blame Misty and make a tweet longer. Yeah, like even spots like that, right? Like it's real easy to be like, oh, okay, like Misty, blarga, 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 blarga. But like, the Misty actually didn't matter, right? All right, I need to run to the restroom. I'm gonna go ahead and tap some ads while we do that. Appreciate everybody hanging out. We're gonna be building a new deck when we get back. Thank you, Not My Dance, for the submission. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Tap the like button if you're watching on the YouTube side. I appreciate the folks that do that. Does Dice Streams have to be connected to my Facebook account for the promo? It does not. Guest account works just fine. You just had to have downloaded it by using my link in the chat. All right, we have a request to build a duck goose. So we have 2 actual ducks. What's the closest water or colorless Pokemon to being a goose in Pokemon Pocket, we think, chat? How much time do you think you spent flaring all of your cards? I don't want to think about it. Cramorant's not a bad one. Swanna is not remotely playable. It's also very much a swan and not a goose. You could play Persian and call it a Marvel crossover, because the cat is goose. Cramorant's probably the closest. And it's not completely embarrassing, but it is mostly embarrassing. Articuno's not a bad one. We could play Baby Articuno. I don't hate Baby Articuno. It's a pretty serviceable card in general. Oh, Pidgeot. Pidgeot could kind of be a goose. Do we just play Baby Pidgeot? That's probably a pretty serviceable deck. It's got a bunch of aggro attackers. Pidgeot's a bird of prey. That's a good point. It's a New York goose. All right, I'm gonna play the New York goose. I'm gonna do it. And then we want old Pidgey and old Pidgeotto. Where are our trainer cards? We have those on X speed. Probably just a Geo and a Sabrina. The last couple. Like it. I hope this deck is good for a clickbait title. Well, anything we're playing at this point won't get a deck highlight. So I have a highlight queued up for this afternoon already, and then tomorrow I have a non-gameplay video. We're gonna try something new on the YouTube side, and then hopefully we'll have a new set the following day. That's the hope / expectation. New is scary. Yeah, new is scary for the metrics. We'll see though. We're gonna try a educationally focused card game theory discussion ramble video. That's a non-gameplay tomorrow, so we'll see how that goes over. I'm assuming the answer is poorly, but doing something like that right before a new set seems like the best time to try and fit something new in. Let's give this little Ralts a headache. With Golduck teed up here, they need to pull this out or have a potion plus an evolution to save it. Actually in an okay spot here, huh? And Duck with Giovanni clears Mewtwo in 2 as well. Yeah, for those coming in and talking about the message in the mail about the terms of service, I assume that refers to the Wonder Pick farming. And I'm assuming that's going to be their only warning shot, so I'd probably stop doing that if it's something you're engaging in. It takes about an hour of clicking around to get to Kingdom level 8 on the Domino Dice sponsor. Can I get a baby goose? That's not a baby goose. Rip. I think we hope for no Giovanni here. A lot of times these Mewtwo decks only play one copy of it, so there's a chance Farfetch lives here. Lord Francisco, thank you for the 20 months. Appreciate it. I will not go live to open new packs, assuming they release at midnight again. I'll be doing my set review and stuff that night. I want to clarify that I am not providing you with legal advice. And if you think you aren't breaking the terms of service, you could consult a lawyer if you're looking for legal advice. Packs cost 6 Poké Gold each. I get all my legal advice from streamers. What do you mean? Exactly. Do I retreat this to avoid giving up a point? I think so. I think I do this, and then they clear this, and then next turn we top deck the other big duck, and we clear this back. What are the good sets to buy when we get started playing? So you should be aware that there is a new card pack coming out in a couple of days. So if you're going to be spending some money, you probably want to wait until we have full card lists in case one of those new packs is the best new one. As of right now, the Charizard pack is still the best pack for a beginner, but that could change in a couple of days. They've burned both their potions at this point. The inclusion of double potion makes me think it's less likely that they have, makes me think it's less likely that they have a copy of Giovanni, which is good to know. Because there's only so much room for that type of thing. Well, this is guaranteed to be a baby goose now. Do I want a Sabrina? Why would I want a Sabrina here? Can you explain? I can't Sabrina and Giovanni to clear this. So I'd like to put 70 points of damage on here, so that way 70 plus 10 can clear either Mewtwo to win the game. Six cards left in our deck with 1 Golduck left. Where to rank Mythical Island for new players? Wake, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I think Mythical Island's better than Pikachu packs, but I'm not sure if it's better than Mewtwo. Yeah, Golduck's a very efficient attacker. 70 for 2 is solid. It's not quite Starmie's 90 for 2, but it gets quacking real quick. Successful first game. Do you think Farfetch, Tauros, Alakazam could work well, or is it too slow? I think Alakazam in general just isn't a very good card. Stage 2s are just inconsistent, and the payoff that you get for Alakazam is not proportional to the inconsistency a Stage 2 tends to have. Ooh. Please let me know if this deck is quacked, will do. I would like to both hit you for 30 and give you a headache. Sound busted. Who's getting fragged in the YouTube comments? Just like banning the 100th person on the channel in the last 2 days for letting me know they think Pocket is all variance and no skill. Because they're big mad about the video I posted on Saturday. I'm pretty used to, in general, gamers disliking the game that they play. But Pocket's definitely the first community in general I've ever been a part of that has a bunch of people in it who think the game has no skill involved. Like, it's so weird to me that, like, if you truly thought that, it would still be a game that you would want to engage with and play. Like, if you truly and wholly thought the game had no skill, why would you keep playing it? Why wouldn't you just, like, go do something else? If they can just clear us with Fire Claws here, but Farfetch does clear them back if they don't have Charizard. No one can really give you advice yet about which of the two booster packs is better to open until we know what cards are in the pack. So my plans personally for content is the first 2 videos you can expect on my channel after we get the full card releases is the first one's going to be a review of all 10 EX Pokemon between the 2 packs, and the second will be a pack versus pack evaluation of which one I think is better and why. No Charizard? No problem. We're all done here, gamer. This game often makes mistakes feel really brutal. It does, yeah. And honestly, the toughest decision for a lot of people to make and identify when it ends up being a mistake is the first energy or 2 that you attach in Pokemon Pocket is often the most important decision you make in the outcome of a match. Like, it's such a valuable resource. Are you just guessing 10 because past packs had 5 per pack? Yeah, until proven otherwise, I think expecting 5 EXs per pack is accurate. Something that is important to note about the Pokemon Pocket economy is that the Pokemon Pocket economy for free-to-play players is structured in a way that you get about 40 EX Pokemon over the course of 12 weeks. So I think the expectation of them releasing 20 EX Pokemon every 12 weeks is about right. because usually these economies tend to be structured very deliberately, so free-to-play players hit certain benchmarks like that. So if they release 20 per 12 weeks, that would be 5 per pack for 4 packs. Oh my goodness. Goodbye, Carp. All right, we're gonna need a big duck if they have a Greninja, so. Or Gyarados with the Misty. Yikes. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. All right, don't play research. Don't play research. Don't play research. This card is absolutely quacked, chat. Absolutely quacked. Think it's possible to create some type of tournament inside the game in the future. Yeah, a lot of the other Pokemon games have in-client tournament stuff, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's a low priority for Pocket. I think this client has a lot of other quality of life things they need before we get in-client tournament modes. The deck editor in particular is a pretty big disaster. Ben, thanks for grinding up to Kingdom Stage 15 in our Dice Streams promo. All right, well that's a baby. I think we just Farfetched, yeah? Because that way if they don't have the ninja, we clear them next turn. When do you think the Pokemon Company starts to host official Pocket tournaments? Not before next year at the earliest. After Worlds this year. Is it against the Pocket terms of service to have an alt account? I don't know the answer to that offhand. A lot of the times it is, though. There's Big Goose. All right, lethal in 2 different ways next turn now. What's wrong with the deck editor? This is my first CCG. Well, it's rough in a number of ways, but like the #1 kind of basic feature it's missing that you expect from card game deck editors is the ability to import and export decks easily. Basically, every other card game has one button to export either a card list or a code, and then you can import it with one click for someone else. Makes sharing decks between friends a lot easier, or between a content creator and a viewer. Other things are like the search feature is really trash. The way you can't look at your entire deck list all at once without all the cards being tiny sucks. You know, honestly, I'm just going to let Farfetch finish this game off, chat. It got the rest of the knockouts, might as well let it claim the third. Yeah, not having defaults for flares or the cosmetics on your deck is a big deal. Grouping the cards as they display in the deck list by Pokedex entry as opposed to like by artwork and set. So like Pidgey and then Pidgeotto and then Pidgeot should always be 1, 2, 3 in my deck list, as opposed to being spread out because one of mine's a full art cosmetic. The IRL card codes do not apply to Pocket, only for TCG Live. We are playing Golduck, yes. Yeah, I think the core of this deck is super reasonable, Dance. We've got 3 cards with low energy requirements that deal solid amounts of damage. We got good utility to swap them around. Like, 100% what we're doing is likely serviceable. Hey, thanks for the almost 4 years, cowboy. Appreciate the real dollary dues. All electric. My birds might be cooked, gamers. The birds might be cooked. Looking for a Psyduck here. That could still be my request. Yikes. Yikes. Our deck is all Flappy Birds. Our deck is Duck, Duck, Goose. This is Goose. I get Zeb Striking here off the back line, I assume. Oh. A Zapdos here charging up, we might be in trouble. I get to go Duck Clear. Oh, that's a punish for not putting the Duck up this turn. Can you tell me how to join online tournaments for Pokemon Pocket? Yeah, there's a website called LimitlessTCG.com that hosts most of the, oh my goodness. GG opponent. Speaking of, I was meaning to do a plug for our thing here. Let's go ahead and do that now. I've been playing in a bunch of tournaments on stream, but I'm gonna be hosting my first open tournament alongside fellow content creator Spraggles on February 1st. This event is going to be completely free to play in, and we have 1,500 USD worth of prizing, some cash, and then a bunch of stuff from our wonderful sponsors Into the AM and Advanced. And check them out on the Limitless page. The only firm requirement that you need to have is you need to make sure you have a stable internet connection and the ability to screen share to Discord from your mobile device or a computer, because we will be doing broadcast coverage of this tournament, and we'll be depending on screen shares to do that. So if you're playing and you're doing well and we ask you to share your screen and you're unable or refuse to, you'll be dropped from the event. So that is a hard and fast requirement, so we can do awesome coverage for the tournament all day on Saturday. So this will be after the next card pack drops. It's going to be super, super sweet. Find that and lots of other things on Limitless. Do you feel this? I do feel the Prime. Thanks for that direct support. You're a big part of why I'm able to do what I do as a job. Thanks for keeping me around. You need to have the open participant role to get access to the open sections on the Discord server, Duck, but there's details on how to do all that in the thing. Hey, Lucas, thank you for the Hawaii 5-0. Appreciate the over 4 years. Welcome back. So assuming Saturday's tournament goes well and metrics look good, I'm planning to look into hosting a Pokemon tournament every single time we get a new card pack, so every 6 weeks or so. However, if you're someone that's just looking to play in tournaments in general, you should be aware that there's stuff running 7 days a week over on Limitless, so if you can't make it to mine, there's a ton of other opportunities to play in stuff. All the things you see me playing throughout the week are hosted up there. We've assembled Duck Exodia here, as I like to refer to it. We've got X-Speed plus Giovanni plus Farfetch to go ahead and clear out this 50 HP basic next turn. I have some family obligations to attend to this afternoon, so no tournaments today here. Actually, I think in general we're gonna hit a pause on playing in tournaments until after the new card packs release. My heart is just not really in it when it comes to playing tournaments when there's new cards just around the corner. Like, it's hard to focus on optimizing and playing the deck I'm currently am when, like, it's gonna be very different in a very little bit. Yeah, we finished top 4 in the last one of the season. Did we? No, I played something after it, right? I don't remember now. Might have played something after it. Hitting Pidgeotto here is great, because it means if they clear this next turn but don't hit heads, I can go ahead and wing attack, and if they do hit heads, I can pull the Machoke up and hit that instead. The starter Pokemon have decks based around them in this game. Charizard's a competitive tiered deck. The other one's not so much. Blastoise. Blastoise is okay. The Blastoise Druddigon deck is, like, serviceable. Actually, even with them hitting Tails here, do I just start putting damage on Machoke? I think I do, yeah. Greninja and Superiors are starters too. That's true. Superior's deck isn't even really a Superior deck, though. And honestly, I think the Celebi's probably better without Superior. But yeah, Greninja is very playable. Yeah, I agree, Avenger. I like the tournaments in general. I agree that they're more engaging than random queues to a degree. You need to be a sub to participate in the tournaments. Is that correct? That is not correct. You do not need to be a subscriber to participate. Hey, Quirthian, thank you for the 6.5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. They could have a potion to make this line bad, but maybe I'm supposed to play around potion. If I put energy here and crack them for 70, I beat potion, and now I just die to it. Yeah, I think this was a mistake. I only need one more knockout anyways, right? Yeah, I messed this up. I should have, so they don't have it here, but I could have played around potion and I failed to. So I should have put the energy on the Psyduck and then cracked them for 70, and then the Golduck comes up and clears them even through 2 potions at that point, I think. Or at the very least 1. That's one of those instances of just because we won the game doesn't mean I made the right play. You always want to be looking for things you could do better and things you could and should be playing around, even when they break in your favor. Hey, Dance, I've been doing these submissions, additional way to assist your content, but in terms of subs and general content, how are metrics looking for being full-time Pocket? We're doing pretty good. When I put the sub goal up, we had been floating below 1900, so we haven't quite hit 22, but we've been getting close, and we'll see what things look like. I imagine we're gonna have some strong numbers for the set release here in a couple of days. Anti-Patique, thank you for the almost 5 years. Welcome back. Psyduck into Golduck while going second. That's lovely. Twiggy Dev, thanks for that brand new primer. One of the reasons I've been appreciating you as a streamer is the way you lay things out like that, even getting better when you won. Yeah, that's one of the... I think that's one of the worst attitudes you could have is, if I won, I did everything right, as well as if I lost, I did everything wrong. Like, sometimes things just break in a way that's not going to work for you. And the result of the game is independent of the decisions in the game and whether or not they were good or bad. All right, no Misties, no researches for you next turn. We are going to need another basic here because Starmie could crack us. Oh, they don't have Starmie? That's so good for me. Wait, they have Starmie, but they didn't... Honey. Definitely feels like we were talking earlier about how one of the most important decisions you'll make in a game is where you put your first energy, and I think the opponent made that mistake. I think they 100% should have put their first energy on Starmie here, so that way I couldn't do this without being punished. So now I get to do this, and then I'm going to get to crack something for 70 next turn. It might not be Starmie. If they have another basic, this retreats for free, but the fact that they're not threatening an attack with this without a Misty Heads is a big deal. Says Local Man about to be Mistied. Sabrina, sure. That doesn't matter, I have X speed. Yeah, I should talk about that a little bit more, because we talked about the very beginning of the stream. For those of you who aren't following me on Blue Sky, you should be. I made a new account there over the weekend. We got some official confirmation of the full text boxes of Leafeon, Honchkrow, and Pachirisu. So, Pachirisu, the Poketool EX, is confirmed to have 120 HP. Leafeon is confirmed to have a retreat cost of 1. And the Honchkrow, or whatever it's called, hits anything for 50 points of damage for 2 energy, not just bench Pokemon. Gonna be real solid. So my previous position on making a Blue Sky account was not founded in things that were entirely correct, and after doing some more reading about the ownership and how the algorithms or lack thereof work on Blue Sky, it looks like there's doing some things that are markedly different than platforms like Twitter and Threads, so I'm giving it a try. Because that's the appropriate response to being presented with new information, chat. You don't double down on your viewpoint that was incorrect. You should adapt and grow and learn. Yes, Leafeon is confirmed can't attack the following turn. Like a dirty flip-flopper, yep. Gotta dig them heels in, gamers. This card's so solid. This deck's been very reasonable. Duck, duck, goose. I mean, I think it was reasonable speculation to assume that Honchkrow was going to be like Lumineon, but we have a translation now. I think we just get Quacken right away here. If I had a Golduck teed up, I'd do Psyduck, but without any stage 1s here, I think we just get Farfetch'd. I think I Sabrina here for tempo, just so I don't have any of my stage 1s at this point. Also, with Pidgeot eventually coming down, we have a little bit more flexibility in how to use that. Just as a teaching and learning experience, a message shortening Japanese to JAP is not appropriate and not welcome in my spaces, but don't do it anywhere. That is very much not a kind way to refer to people who are Japanese. JPN or just JP is a good and appropriate, reasonable way to do that. Like one big duck, please. God, this game is so easy, chat. Just draw the big duck when you need it. Even if they have their stage 1 here, Giovanni lets us clean them out. So they get to crack us for 50, but then... Well, I was just saying they don't have a follow-up attacker here, but that only does 20 next turn, which is nice. This deck would function the same if you swapped the ducks for Bisharp, right? So the problem with swapping the ducks for Bisharp is you could no longer call the deck Duck Duck Goose. So I'm pretty sure that suggestion's a strict downgrade. So you're focusing on the important things, yep. Is this deck good? I think this deck is fine. I think this deck is playing a cohesive combination of cards. Less sarcastically, unironically though, playing Bisharp over the Golduck is probably better because it spreads your weakness matchup table a little bit better. It means not everything you're playing is weak to lightning. That's probably helpful. All right, I'm enjoying this deck because it's a combination of cards that I like. So we're gonna tap and add breaks. We got bills to pay, but when we return, we're gonna play a little bit more of this for sure. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, the metal basic hits for a little bit more damage, is true. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. We got almost 700 people over there. Not even 500 button pressers yet. I think we can pump that up. Celebi is better without Superior Har. The better performing builds of Celebi tend to be ones playing Executor EX, and oftentimes they just play Celebi organically. Could you play Sand Slash? Oh, that's an interesting one. Sandshrew is my favorite Pokemon. All right, well, we're gonna do that for the next part. He's a retreat too, but you're not retreating the duck too often. All right, I'm gonna try that. You could play a Hitmonlee now. We are just kind of the Fighting Box deck, aren't we? We're actually just the Fighting Box deck. I want to play without Hitmonlee, but yeah. Can I get a bar shadow? Duck shrew. Fighting box, but funny. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this does have the upside of being like all single knockout point Pokemon. Beefy Mr. Jam, thanks for the prime. Like not to be under or overstated. Accidental meta deck, yep. I mean, that makes sense why it was feeling good in general, right? Because like the core is like relatively close to meta deck. Jumped over from YouTube to drop off some of Bezos' money. Thank you, Mr. GM. Appreciate you helping towards our sub goal. Are there any good decks that use Volcarona? There were some Charizard Volcarona decks that posted a handful of results in tournaments a couple of weeks back, but the Arcanine builds are definitely more consistent and popular. Oh no! I changed to Sandshrew and we queued up against grass Pokemon again. Very clearly the answer is Bisharp, chat. Very clearly Sandshrew is inferior to Bisharp. We'll have to correct this heinous wrong. It's rigged, something like that. Buried into an Executor. Up off the bike for a little bit, methinks. Oh yeah, crunch me, daddy. It doesn't really matter what this coin does. I think we're dead either way. Yeah. Our deck is not built to clear through Executors. So this was a lesson in why I genuinely think Executor is the best card in Pokemon Pocket right now, Executor EX, as we head on into this next set. It's so powerful. My understanding that only has to do with invoicing, not my dance, which is different than donation stuff like I do. Look, Jake, thank you for the brand new primer. Appreciate it. Pawniard gets cleared by Charmander for the bricks. That's true. Maybe Golduck was secretly just the best option the whole time. We're trying to replace it, and we just shouldn't be. Been here for a long time, but usually in silence. All the best, Jeff. Thanks, Jake. Appreciate you hanging out, even if it's just usually lurking. Thanks for the support. Fun factoid, because I think a lot of people, especially those that chat regularly, don't realize this. In an average stream of my size with, like, you know, 800 to a little over 1,000 people every day concurrently, on average, only about 10% of the people watching actually engage with the chat features. Correct. Thank you for the 3/4 of a year. A majority of the people are just lurkers. They make the content world go round. You know, maybe I'm supposed to X speed and crack the Charmander for 10 here, so that way Giovanni plus Slash clears Charmeleon. Could be right. Much like the real world, the loudest have the attention, but there's way more of this island than you'd think, for sure. Alright, I assume with the Sandslash here, their plan of spending their first 2 energy to kill a Farfetch is not going to be beneficial to them. Nah, Jake, you shouldn't feel bad about not chatting. In fact, I was giving that stat to hopefully help you feel good about the opposite. Mostly just me vocally letting the lurkers know that I'm aware that they are there, and I appreciate their presence. Ooh, if they have Mythical Island Rapidash, a couple of decent coins can let them still win this game. Narrator, they did not have Mythical Island Rapidash. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Pokeface. What's the point of having trading hourglasses to time gate you? A lot of the systems in these games are designed to get you to come back day after day. So like having time gates on anything is just to ensure that you engage with the app multiple times over the course of days or weeks or whatever. Is it essentially the same mechanic as Wonder Picks? We have no idea. Thoughts on Kabutops? Kabutops is an inconsistent Stage 2 Pokemon that dies in one shot to commonly played things like Mewtwo and Charizard. It is objectively very bad and has basically no competitive results. Maybe I was supposed to Sabrina there and put damage on the Growlithe. Would force them to have an X speed or leaf this turn, which they likely do, but it would cause them to burn a resource. Afternoon, Joy. Good to have you here. How do you say your last name? Last name has a long O sound, Hoagland. But as long as you don't say hog, we'll be okay. Lack of a second basic probably means we're done here. Our chance in this matchup probably involves them stumbling a little bit, but also us being able to set up multiple 70-point dealers on curve. And bricking here is a real big deal. Maybe they'll have nothing for a little bit, but Arcanine plus swap here and we're done. Is Sandslash and Sabrina the same turn as Sandwich? Asking the real questions. Yeah, average gaming opponent taking a bunch of game actions when they had it deterministically. It's just how it be. Throwing second. No Starmie yet, but I've got Pokeball and Research, so pretty likely to hit it. Is the message this morning about the Wonder Pack thing? Yeah, probably. I would assume the message in the news this morning is their one and only warning shot to people doing the Wonder Pick feature, let's call it. The Starmie here at first energy advantage. This game should be a quick one. Do tell. For people that weren't in the know, there's a feature where if you discard all of your current friends and then only add people to your friends list who recently opened a 2-star card you want to open, it makes it incredibly likely you'll get 2 stars in your Wonder Picks. Takes it from almost never happening to happening very frequently. And then to take it one step further, some people were using macros to re-roll lots of accounts to hit God packs on new accounts and then offering up friend codes for those to people. And then one step further past that, some of the people running those macros were taking payment to be able to add those fresh God pack account to your friends list. Because the warning slap on the wrist was explicitly mentioning people taking money. Yeah, both taking money for the friend codes and re-rolling with a macro explicitly breaks the TOS, I would wager. I am not a lawyer, and this is not legal advice. I am just musing on stream. Some of the people using reroll macros are using a modded pocket instance to increase the game speed. Well, that's hyper against the TOS then. Holy, I didn't realize some people were breaking it that much. Our start here is pretty slick. We've got our walls set up and we have both of our evolutions. So, our hand's really good, but we might not be able to beat Mewtwo Gardevoir on curve, huh? Can we? We might actually. So, they clear this. Greninja does 80, and then this does 90. So we're even beating a potion, potentially. Might be okay here. What's the difference between TCG Live and this one? So, Pokemon TCG Live is a digital implementation of paper Pokemon. Pokemon Pocket is a digital re-imaging of the card for the 21st century with all new cards in it and streamlined rules. I'm gonna Shuriken the Mewtwo to play around a potion here. Jabber, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate the support. So they get to go Psy Shadow into Energy here, clear this. Starmie clears this, and then Mew's gonna crack by Starmie for 90. So I kind of need another backup plan here still, right? I need a way to get through this Mew. Hey, thanks for checking out the extra sponsor. Would you recommend this one over TCG Live? I would say they're just kind of different as opposed to strictly better, strictly worse. If you want something that has faster paced games and a more modern rule set, this is definitely the one. But regular Pokemon TCG is good too. They're both very free to play friendly, so I'd recommend probably just trying them both and seeing what floats your boat. Ooh, Misty and Articuno could be our saving grace here. I really would just like to discourage people from being silly tribalistic card gamers and saying like Pokemon Pocket is 100% better. There aren't objective measuring sticks for card games. It's all deeply subjective on what different people prefer from their games. So if I power up Starmie, they're going to go Energy next turn, hit whatever I switch into, and then they're ready to blast with Mewtwo. So I think Articuno with Paralyze is my only option to be able to win this. And I think that Misty Brick means we're done. This loses to Giovanni. But this would lose to them flipping heads, so... Hard to beat Mewtwo's perfect start going first. And we were real close there, right? Like, they had a really good setup with their Gardevoir and their Mewtwo, and we were close. The person who asked what we're playing in a tournament today. If I'm planning to play in a tournament, it'll be in the stream title always. I'm planning to take a short break from doing tournament stuff to do slightly shorter days while we wait for the Pocket set new set release. Still planning to be here every day Monday through Friday and do like 5-ish hours, but we're gonna be doing super long streams once the new set drops on Thursday and Friday. Plus, I'm gonna be live Saturday this week, so we're gonna take it easy to start the week today. Friday stream's gonna be extra hype. We're gonna be on the Twitch front page for 8 hours on Friday. And it's gonna start extra early because of that too. We'll be on the Twitch front page starting at 6 a.m. my time. Yes, our tournament is a one-day event. Two-day tournaments make them really inaccessible to people who are parents. And as someone who's a parent, I'm very empathetic towards that. Well, I mean, I didn't have Starbies, so maybe we'll get an upgrade here. Thanks, bud. Appreciate the red card. I just, like, it is unfathomable to me that people are still playing this card. There was a one of the regular Pokemon TCG broadcasts over the weekend had the casters talking about Pocket, and one of them was gushing about how good red card is in one of the decks they were showing, and I was just like, good golly. Like, it's actually just wild how much people have not adjusted to understanding how different this game is in the paper game. I really love your layout. Not easy to make it this clean in terms of Pocket. Thanks, Appio. Yeah, I know most people are here to see the game, so I just want to maximize how much of the screen the game takes up. That'll be one thing that's a little unfortunate about tournament coverage coming up, is that logistically I can't cut up the competitor's screen to make it bigger for us because everybody's gonna have different aspect ratios that they're sharing. So Saturday's coverage is gonna watch a ton of games. We're gonna watch more than one match start to finish every single round, but it will just be one strip down the center while we watch the games. I think expecting competitors to all play on a PC is an unrealistic ask, Fail Destiny. That is a much heavier lift than expecting everybody to just share their screen. Yeah, to fill the sides, not my dance, we'll have face cams left and right. Yeah, I think that dynamic's really funny to point out too, Eduardo, that a lot of people talk about coin flips, and red card's just one of the biggest coin flips possible. Red card is unplayably bad, yes. If you want some easy to reference statistics as well as some general game theory talking about it, this video here breaks down mathematically why red card is quite terrible. Will you show the hand of the players that you are broadcasting? Yep. So our stream will not be delayed, but the games that we will be watching will be delayed by about 5 minutes to maintain competitive integrity. So, Spraggles and I will be watching along with you and you all be able to respond to chat. Hello, toddler girl. Did you bring me my lunch?
Yeah.
Are you having a fun Mommy and Haley day? Yeah.
Ooh. Daddy, I like your card that you're attacking with.
You like my car? It's a pretty star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, you got another star.
I do have another star. Look at this star. Isn't that pretty? It's one of Dad's favorites.
Oh, the little star turned into the big star.
The little star does turn into the big star. How'd you get so smart?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I only got that kind of star. I didn't get the big star.
Didn't get the big star yet? No.
Can you tell me which pack you got the big star in?
Those are in the Charizard packs.
Oh, then maybe all the time I should check in the Charizard packs. I can see if I get the big star.
Did you open your packs today?
I forgot.
You forgot? You can go get them. Go open your packs. Mommy can help you. Thank you for bringing me lunch, baby girl. I love you too. Sorry, to finish my thought from before the toddler walked in. Oh, that's... This is Starmie. Let's open here and see where we go. Misty of our own's not bad. To finish my thought, yes. So I think showing players' hands during the gameplay is important for being able to give accurate, meaningful commentary. So the way my system is going to be set up will basically be recording 3 matches start to finish every single round, and then the first match we follow in each round of the tournament will be about 5 minutes behind when the players are playing, so the person who's being broadcast isn't at a disadvantage. And then because we're setting it up to pre-record, like, when we finish the first match each round, we'll be able to jump right into a second match starting in game 1, which is great. You think they have any copies of Potion? My money's on no. I'm gonna go ahead and hit this and then just Hydro Splash him. Yeah, it'll let us limit downtime by a lot. Basically, the goal for the tournament is the only downtime we're going to have is these scheduled sponsored breaks to promote things that are supporting the tournament. Yeah, I'm not going to logistically try and show both players' hands. It's messy in terms of the overlay, and it makes the recording more complicated. Maybe we'll try and figure that out at some point in the future, but to start things off, we're just going to do one player's perspective and focus on minimal downtime. Been doing this long enough that I know I don't want to bite off doing too many logistical things all at once. We're gonna start good, but I don't want to try and do too much all at once and then have it end up being a mess because of it. Yeah, there is definitely still time to sign up. We have about 700 people signed up right now. We're going to cap entrance at around 2,000. And honestly, even if it caps, you're probably still good to sign up. The way these free to enter events work, usually like 25 to 40% of the people that sign up don't check in, so most of the wait list tends to be able to enter. So signups will be open right up until the event starts on Saturday morning. What do you think are the top decks are, excluding Mewtwo, Gyarados, and Pika? Well, I mean, those are the 3 best decks by a significant margin. What was it? Was it tier list? My thoughts on the best decks in Pocket with the Mythical Island expansion are here, and they haven't changed. Yeah, I mean, sure. I guess I could have tried to cheese with Misty, but I really kind of wanted to find a basic to evolve into. How is spectator mode something people ask for in every game but never gets implemented? It gets asked for in every game and never gets implemented because of the same thing we were talking about earlier, right? The people asking for things like a spectator mode are 100% a vocal minority, and implementing a spectator mode is not trivial. It's a pretty big development lift, and that development list really doesn't equate to any added revenue. Myself and Spraggles are going to be hosting a tournament on Saturday that we'll be broadcasting on stream. My job is moving to an office with standing desks. Do you have any tips for a first-time user? Yeah, get an anti-fatigue mat and set yourself a timer so you remember to actually stand up. You got any test runs that you want to visually present casting each round? Yeah, I've got a whole set of custom overlays set up. I've done some tests to make sure they look how I want them to look. Spectator mode doesn't help you at any KPIs. Absolutely not. All right, I'm going to take 2 Gardevoirs by as early as possible as a sign we should take a quick break to let me scarf some lunch. I'll play a couple more with this one because I do like it, but or tap some ads on Twitch, tap some ads on YouTube. Be sure to like the stream if you're hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. We got plenty more Pocket coming up here today. What are your thoughts on this deck versus the Luminion build? The Luminion build is a little bit more consistent. Definitely has a better game against Gyarados. This one's kind of like a go bigger version of that. That's fine, it's different. Playing Baby Articuno is fun. This build's low roll draws are a little bit more forgiving than the Luminion decks. The Luminion deck can end up in some hard spots when it doesn't draw Starmie, because you don't have another big hitter, whereas like Articuno with Paralyze or Greninja here can do like a serviceable big hitter impersonation when Starmie doesn't show up. What's for lunch? Just a spinach salad with some nuts and fruit and a little honey mustard dressing. You will need to submit a deck list on Limitless for the tournament, yes. Limitless handles things like deck list collection and all other stuff fully automated. It's a good website. Greninja on curve is good, but it does unfortunately eat it to Starmie on curve. Good for an X speed here. Snap. Think we're just hoping to dodge a Giovanni here. I'm gonna play out the other Staryu to play around Sabrina. To 30% of tournament decks are running red card, using which data and what sample size. They run red card because it's open team sheet. And it's always funny when I hear people describe it as team sheet, but even with open deck list, red card's still pretty mediocre gamers. Put a water shuriken into here. Clear the Finian. Did the Luminion said 10 points short here. Come have it here, obviously. Do you have on that salad? I need a new lettuce lineup. Actual factual lettuce is actually the F tier salad ingredient. Nice bed of kale or spinach, much better than regular lettuce. Yeah, regular lettuce is just crunchy water. Always a little bit of cheese, personally. Some nuts and fruits. So what is this one? This one has apples and raisins and cheese and sunflower seeds in it. A little honey mustard on top of a spinach bed. Yeah, arugula is good too. Arugula, kale, spinach are top 3 for salad beds for sure. God, 1 head tier would be insane. Never lucky. Clearing routes is always such a big deal. Salad greens tier list video when? Asking the real questions. I'm getting a knockout point here. It's pretty unfortunate. Gotta give it up, though. I'm gonna Misty the Staryu, so that way if I draw Starmie, we can threaten lethal next turn. on the Mewtwo. Great. Two Starmies, 2 research, 11 cards. This is a baby frog, at least. Feels like we're in a good spot here. Definitely in a good spot with that hit. Okay. Now, because they have Krillia here, it means they're threatening a knockout next turn with this Mewtwo. So we're going to X speed to Frogadair and pick this knockout up with Frogadair. Because our out to win this game is Articuno Paralyzed Starmie finish. We do not have room to play Sabrina, no. All right, gonna come down to this coin. Up and played to our out. Can we hit it? Nice. Thanks, Blastoise. They have not confirmed whether or not we will be allowed to trade new set cards. Ah! Potion. I'll do it again, I swear. All right, 50% of the time it works every time, gamers. Just flip heads. It's an easy game. Hey, Double Pope, thanks for the 41 months. Appreciate it. Looks like Team Articuno is blasting off again. Easy game. Contents may be hot. Thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. $31 months ago, I was still under 30. 31 months later, I got I got called uncle by someone and felt my body crumble to dust. Thanks for crumbling here at Hoogland, Neo Wilker. Appreciate that generous tier 2. Orange, why wouldn't you just flip heads with your Articuno, chat? Are gamers in the queue just like getting all the Mewtwo out of their system before the new card packs drop? God, what an insane opener for us. Holy. Frogs on curve, stars on curve. This card actually loves going first when you have your stage 2 all together. Just like hit him with the drip into the hit him with the 80. This deck feels like it's missing Geo pretty hard. I mean, it's missing Sabrina too. You just don't have room to play all of the cards. How long do you think Mewtwo is going to stay viable for? Hopefully a long time. That'd be nice if they avoided falling into traps of power creep. Yes, that's exactly correct. Greninja is a Giovanni if you squint is exactly accurate. Oh, is it going to be a Gardevoir on curve? Gonna be a Gardevoir on curve. First energy advantage for Mewtwo kind of game, isn't it? Oh. I'm switching off to play around the Gardevoir. Spear in this dojo? I think it's just the correct play. Playing around stuff they're statistically likely to have is busted shit. You should do it more often. Sorry, what I meant to say was, this is a closed deck list thing and I would never in any way be able to know they have Gardevoir. Couldn't possibly play around it. So I think the plan here is I put Water Shuriken into the Ralts, so that way I clear everything in the back line in one, even if they evolve it with the Starmie. This punishes me if they have double potion, but it's pretty unlikely that they have room for double potion in Mewtwo. Thanks for hanging out, Pile of Mice. This is a viewer deck. This was originally a viewer deck. I'm just running it back because I was enjoying it. A lot of the stuff we end up liking ends up being inspired by viewer piles. What's your line here, bud? I guess I don't have any points yet. I think I can afford to play around the second potion now, right? So I'll just like put a point into here. I feel like Executor EX and Greninja are just two of the strongest cards. You know, funny you say that. The deck highlight on the Hoaglandia Pocket channel today, after I'm done being live, is going to be a Executor Greninja deck. As I agree, it's a ton of fun. My son recently got into Pokemon TCG, and we've been playing the starter decks daily. I can't say I love it. Does it get more interesting once you play? 100%. Pokemon TCG at a competitive level might actually be one of the most complicated and convoluted card games you can play. It has an incredible amount going on for both better and worse. It's good. It's good in a lot of ways, but it's also can be a little bit overwhelming in a lot of ways. Nope. You think we're gonna get a whole Porygon evolution line in the new set? I hope so. That would be sweet. Seems like a throw, Sabrina. I think that's none of my lines let me win the game. I'm gonna see if they mess up and put up Starmie. Is what that attack was. I guess when I put up Frogadair, it also technically makes me have the X speed. Yeah, I like both grass and water energy for Greninja eggs, but you should play new eggs, so that way if you brick on double water to start, you can fix for grass. Is there a video somewhere of Jeff playing Dice Dreams? Not yet. We're going to play it for a couple hours at the end of the stream today. Part of our sponsored segment. Appreciate the folks that have checked out our new mobile game sponsor, Dice Dreams. If you're someone that's enjoyed my content and you've wished you could help me hit my sub goal, but you're not in a financial position to do that with your own dollar dues, consider checking out our sponsored game promo. Give it a download on mobile, on Android or iOS, and play through to Kingdom Level 8. You can get a free Twitch sub to the channel as a part of the mobile game sponsor. Yes, Kusik, the TOS warning message in the mail is almost assuredly Wonder Pick farming related. Spooky, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you helping us work towards our sub goal. Yeah, if you're already subscribed to the channel, you could definitely just do the gift sub at random. for sure. Awkward start for us. No Articuno, no Baby Star, and no Teenage Frog. Yeah, you can hold it for after your current sub expired. If you're someone that like has a prime sub you're giving me anyways, you could definitely pay it forward to a random. No Executor EX is incredibly good for us. If they work on an evolution again here, Starmie's gonna run this game over. Second Energy. Are they working towards Mythical Island Executor? I think this game ends on the spot if we scramble this egg. Oh yeah, we're done here, gamers. Starmie's just so good at ending games where your opponent stumbled. I'm looking forward to trying some Palkia Starmie. It's gonna be a real metagame contender. Oh, by the way, we didn't talk about it. We didn't have a meta report this week because it was the last week, but 3 different people made deep runs in Ursi's final tournament of this format with Lumineon Starmie. One person finished 9-1 after 10 rounds of Swiss, and 2 people finished 8-2. Stews, thanks for the prime. I appreciate it. Yeah, genuinely, I think the Lumineon Starmie deck will end up just being like the most underappreciated archetype from this format. Celebi seems to be doing a lot better now that people are playing it with Executor. Do you think it's actually a reasonable card? I would actually say that Executor is such a reasonable card, it allows a bad card like Celebi to be good. Genuinely would not be surprised if all of the Executor Celebi decks would be better without playing Celebi. I'm gonna chill on playing the Professor's Research, so I get less cards with chat up. At a minimum, I think the superior builds of Celebi are pretty mid. You're better off just having like one Celebi as something to stack energy on seems fine behind Executor. Frogs gamers, tap the chat out with the drip. The Executor build is certainly the best Celebi deck, but I don't know that Celebi is the best Executor deck. Yeah, I think that's a fair take / assessment. Is Druddigon gonna come to the forefront here? Catch you later, Kaibil. I think we just put some shurikens into the Squirtle, and this clears this in 2. The best pure grass eggs deck, if not paired with Celebi. I really like Executor with Mew and Tauros, personally. Oh, wow. Punish for not playing the Starmie out, I guess. I just didn't think they'd put the Chatot back in, but this is super aggro. I think Greninja is the best pairing for Gyarados. Absolutely, statistically. The only one putting up good results. Greninja is both a good backup plan for Gyarados, and it helps Gyarados hit breakpoints when you have both of them together, which is important. Needing 3 energy to use Tauros is a bit rough. Executor only needs 1 energy, which is why it's excellent to pair with 3 energy attackers like Tauros. There's the second water energy going. If it goes over here, we'll need to start putting water shurikens that way. How do we feel about energy here, X speed back, water shuriken, and then if they evolve to Blastoise, I can hit this with Greninja before switching into Misty. Seems good? Seems good. It's my least favorite deck to play against. The Gyarados Greninja deck's my least favorite. The games tend to be pretty dry. Your deck either has a really good matchup against it or a really bad matchup. So Blastoise hits for 100. We can assume they're playing that. So by getting my knockout with this, they put up Blastoise and clear, and then I'll put this up and deal 80, and then we finish with Starmie dealing 90. Oh, goody. Sorry, I got distracted. Made the mistake of looking at my email, and so I had an email from my toddler's daycare letting me know that tuition rates are going up again. God bless her starting kindergarten in the fall. It'll be up to 18,500 USD per year. My favorite email. Yep. Tell her to grow up and go to public school. Yep. My $20,000 a year raise come August. Sounds like you should have had twins. I know, it's so cheap. For people who don't live in the United States, my $18,500 a year daycare for my 4-year-old is cheaper than people in major cities pay. And also for the record, that cost is lower than people with babies and smaller toddlers pay. All right, now you're gonna make me go look. Hold on. It is $50 more per week for kids that are 6 weeks to a year and a half old, and $20 more per week for 18 months to 3 years old. Because they need more staff in the room for the younger children. Bart's Fosk, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. for the record, the cost of childcare for things like that isn't because of strictly things like corporate greed. Like, it's not some big company that owns the daycare my child goes to. We're actually friends with the people who own it. And they aren't exactly rolling in it. It just costs a lot to feed that many kids and have appropriate staff and things like that. Yeah, a lot of that money goes to things like insurance too. Well, I mean, I haven't redrawn my Starmie yet, so they do still kind of got me here. At least you can rest easy, chat, if you're someone struggling with the cost of childcare in the United States. Our incoming administration has a plan for that. JD Vance suggested we just ask the grandparents to watch the children. Everybody has that available to them, right? Oh wait. Grandma and Grandpa still work 40 hours a week because they can't ever retire. Whoops! Just steal 2 grandparents. Oh, it's funny because it's sad. The alternative to laughing is crying, gamers. Let's not talk about politics. I would like to jettison you out of my chat. You are now banned, never come back. Talking about my lived experience and then quoting someone who had the ability to make that lived experience less painful and better for everyone is not talking about politics. I'm sorry, the reality of what a crappy politician said because he doesn't have real policy makes you probably feel bad about supporting them, but that is the reality. Life is politics. It's just some of us have enough privilege to be able to ignore key bits of it and not have you be impacted by it. No, wait, I take it back. I'll unban you, and I won't talk about it politically anymore if you want to send me 20 grand a year for daycare. I'm gonna give you a chance to do the right thing. So you slide into my DMs, Swazi, if that's a serviceable compromise for you. They call that the art of the deal. Starmie's a good draw. Starmie, or that's true too. You could also give me your grandparents. I would accept. I'll need to background check them, but giving me your grandparents might be serviceable as well. Oh. Great deal. I'd take that offer. Yep, me too.
How do you get to the merch page? I've got a branded shaker and a upcoming desk mat you can find over at Advanced, one of our wonderful sponsors. Hey, Ninja Squirtles, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Appreciate that. I think we're good to go here, yeah? Crispy Taters, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. They Sabrina'd me, so they can't Giovanni me, so... All done here? All done here. I tried sending my grandparents, but the super chat didn't let me. Thank you, Farkos, for the chuckle at the tip. Excuse me, how much do you pay for it? The daycare we're talking about 18,500 USD per year. And for the record, like, you know, my wife and I are in a very enviable position in a lot of ways. Like, we both have decent jobs and we can afford that feasibly. We'll be able to do like more savings and stuff once we don't have that cost, but ultimately we both have pretty solid jobs that are able to do it, even if we don't have any family support system. Like my wife and I, our closest family lives 2 hours away from us, so they are just like anytime we want to go out, it costs us 20 plus bucks an hour for a sitter, and then you have all the daycare in costs in between. So like, you know, that's the life we've chosen, and we're fortunate to be able to afford a good bit of it, but it would be nice if it was more accessible having children and raising a family for people in financial positions that were less than my own. Because I have the incredible position of, I think the United States has a lot of wealth, and we could probably do more with that wealth to help actual regular people and families rather than concentrating more of it at the top. And on that message, have an advert, because I would like to concentrate some of that wealth into my pockets. We'll see you in 120 seconds. We're going to play a different deck when we get back. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. What you do for a living, you're looking at it. I make content full-time here on the internet. I have for the last few years now. Have you considered you maybe... It's actually impossible for me to ever be at the top of capitalism, because I am not an immoral sociopath and capable of empathy. Like, wholly and truly, if I ever had a small pile of money, I would just like disappear and like go live my best life and take care of myself and my family, and then give away piles that I didn't need. The amount of money you need to live comfortably for the rest of your days and the rest of your family's days is like so much significantly less than some people have amassed. I live pretty comfortably where I'm at, making, you know, like 200 grand a year on my good years. If I had more than that, I don't know that my life would change all that much. I just like would work less. Amass, it must be Meltian's fault. Yeah. Yes, $1,500 a month for daycare is cheap in the United States, for sure, for sure. Do not envy people who live in places like New York, Chicago, Seattle, San Francisco. I thought Amass was Nicol Bolas' fault. Crossing Streams. That was like 2 games ago. 3 games ago? I forget. Snorlax, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Our one kid is $2,200 a month. Yep, that's almost over 50% more than mine. Almost 50% more. A lot more. All right, let's play some fart clouds. So. Yeah, like you hear that number. I say 200,000, and people are like, oh, that's an incredible amount, and you're like, well, daycare's 19 of that. And then health insurance. All right, I'm gonna be political for one more moment and talk about my lived experience. The first year, my job here made a good income. I think, what was it? That first year Magic took off. I think I made a little over 100,000 USD the year Magic took off. My wife had her corporate job at that point, and we looked into her like, all right, this is a good amount of money. We could live on this. What would it cost us to replace my wife's corporate health insurance? This was 8 years ago for my then family of 4. It would have cost my family approximately 40,000 USD per year to replace the health insurance her corporate job provides on the open market. And I want to make it clear for people that live in countries that have developed social healthcare systems that 40,000 USD per year doesn't cover copays. It doesn't cover deductibles. It doesn't cover prescription drugs if you needed them. It's just 40 grand per year out of pocket to make sure that if you got in a car accident or someone got cancer or something, that you didn't go completely bankrupt. And if you're wondering, well, Jeff, how do regular people afford that? The answer is they don't. Medical debt is one of the leading causes of bankruptcy in the United States. And I hold the very radical position that that's immoral for that to be the case and wrong, but it's the reality that we live in. That's the neat part. You don't. Yep. There's a lot of people past just like bankruptcy, like people just don't go to the doctor if they're sick, which in turn leads to more expensive, right? Like the old saying, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Like, people getting to regularly go to the doctor would make everyone save money in the long run because you would do preventative care and catch things proactively. But people can't afford to do that, and then they end up with worst case scenarios. Who are we kicking, gamer? Farfetch is just ducked if they stretch kick over there, but... So we clear this with this, they clear this, and then a big Pidgeot comes in to clean up the rest, I think. I was gonna go ahead and play this out so I don't get bit by forgetting an Aerodactyl exists. Ah, Carl, thanks for the 22 months. I appreciate the prime time. Twinset Spammer, thank you for the brand new tier 1. Appreciate the support. Are their expenses also high like groceries? Yeah, they're higher than a lot of other places. It depends on where you live and like exactly what you're spending and stuff too, but like the average cost of like mortgages or rent and stuff like that in a lot of places in the United States is like $1,500 to $2,000 plus, depending on what you have and what you're getting. It's a darn shame I don't have a Koga to pull the Weezing out. Oh, the Marshadow doesn't have energy, though. Why didn't they put energy on the Marshadow? I was thinking, in my brain, because we were talking, I was thinking the Marshadow's going to clear my Weezing, but that's actually not the case here. Now, the opponent's deck is, generally speaking, a double Giovanni deck, so I would not be surprised if land... All right, assuredly we're done here, yes? That had to have been a misclick, yeah? I don't think I'm supposed to Sabrina here, question mark? I guess Sabrinaing... I guess they're just trying to wear down their number of bench Pokemon for the Pidgeot EX. Do you plan on living in America forever, or do you think you move somewhere else in the future? Well, that's a loaded question, right? Because the idea that you can just, like, pick up and move your entire family and existence to another place tends to be kind of ignorant of what reality actually is. Like, it is not cheap or free to relocate. And that's even before you go past the monetary costs, right? Of, like, leaving all of the people that you know. Yeah. Yeah, people generally overstate that. They're like, oh, well, just move somewhere else, right? That's not really how that works. Immigrating to another country entirely is also very difficult. The process is often convoluted and expensive. Now, personally, I'm actually in one of the positions where, as long as I'm doing this as a job, it's slightly easier to move to another country, because you'd be like, hey, I'm gonna bring X amount of income dollars with me that you can tax. Makes it, like, not free or a guaranteed in, but it makes it, like, slightly more likely. All right, and then Leaf here lets us clean this Aerodactyl out real clean. Texas, thanks for the 2 years. Appreciate that. Beep, beep, beep. Yeah, I've heard the Canadian real estate market is even more jacked up than the US one. And the US one's all over the place. My wife and I got really fortunate when we bought our current home. We have a very spacious 3,000 square foot home that used to back up to a cornfield that we got for less than $300,000. God, 5 years ago at this point, 6 years ago. And, like, last year and the year before, as things went crazy, there were houses up the street from mine that were a little bit smaller that were selling for, like, over 400. Just, like, casual 40 to 50% more than what we had paid not long before. I don't think I'm putting the other Pidgey out. I think ideally I want these 2 slots to be, Coughings and Wheezings. Well, the thing about the cost of houses is, like, houses suddenly being really expensive doesn't really benefit normal people who want to live in them, right? Because it's like, sure, I could sell my house and be up money on the mortgage, but I still need somewhere to live. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I guess we could go. I guess I could sell it and be up a profit, but like anywhere you buy is going to be up similar amounts as well. Might be cooked here. I guess I have, if they have Blaine, they clear the wheezing, but I poison this and then Duck finishes maybe. Now we're gonna take a tournament hiatus until the new set drops. My heart's just not in it with new cards around the corner. Yes, the people who get hurt the most definitely are the ones that have no equity to start. It benefits you in retirement if you could theoretically downsize, I guess. I don't know, things are gonna be pretty jacked up if the markets are still that bad by the time I'm looking to retire. In the meantime, in between time, the higher average home value just means higher property taxes. Alright, so we're not dead yet, but also I only have one knockout point and don't really have a lot of maneuvering to do here. I kind of needed to hit the Pidgeot this turn, yeah, to have something reasonable to retreat into. Just refinance and buy some grandparents. That's a good full circle. Alright, they didn't have a second Blaine, so like, I live for a turn. Already played a leaf, yeah? So we swap. This takes a hit. I evolve. It takes a hit. We clear. We clear. Hey, Zapdos. Thanks for the 1.5 years. You considered 1/1 splits on your coughing. No, I think it's just, I think the upside of having 2 coughings is just really high. I forgot to attack for 30. That 30 doesn't matter. We're gonna clear them in 1. Oh, but we're dead to... We're actually just dead to the Ninetales, yeah? The attack doesn't matter. We're talking and clicking, but the attack doesn't matter. Yeah. I'm just dead to the Ninetales here. GG, opponent. Yeah, I make my own YouTube thumbnails. The person I pay to be my editor does the YouTube thumbnails. Oh, is that? That's another one of those things talking about scams in America that are just like officially endorsed. Does private mortgage insurance exist in other countries? For people who aren't familiar or don't have homes, PMI or private mortgage insurance is something that the bank requires you to take out if your down payment is under a certain amount. Basically saying you don't have enough money to own this house, so you're at risk of defaulting on it. So you have to pay more money as a punishment for not having enough money. Yeah. Oliver, when my wife and I bought our first home, we didn't have enough down payment and we had to have PMI. And a couple of years in, when we finally owned enough equity that we didn't have to have private mortgage insurance anymore, you had to call an appraiser out to reappraise the home to get the PMI taken off. And I remember the appraiser stepped out of his car and I was outside, so I greeted him. And he said, "What's the appraisal for?" And I said, "It's to remove PMI, private mortgage insurance." And without even stepping foot in the house, he goes, "Yeah, I can do that for you." It was just like, "Ah, here's your $200 check, I guess. Thanks for taking the PMI off." Oh, man. What a chat. Yeah, I mean, like, I appreciated him. Just like, you know, he was doing us a solid for sure. I mean, I'm sure if he walked through it, there was nothing wrong with it, but just like, just such a silly system. What this is, people talking about what they pay for rent in big cities. Listen, chat, if you're someone who can afford to do your job from mid-sized town in the Midwest, let me tell you, big backyards are busted. I grew up in the Chicago suburbs and spent a lot of time in and around the city. I would never go back. This is a couple years old. There's actually they actually rezoned this. There's a house here now. Should take a new picture at some point. There's grass here again. This was just after we did the patio. But at one point when we bought our house, we literally backed up to a cornfield to give you an idea of like where we live. I was actually really excited that they decided to put some houses behind us, cut the noise of the wind that comes off the cornfields. The Midwest is very flat, so when it gets windy, it's very loud on the edge of town. No, we're not a cornfield anymore, Duck. We got backyard neighbors. J. Martlew, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. It's not my corn, no. Farmer's corn. No more free corn. Taking the corn when it was there would be stealing, and it wouldn't be very delicious because it was always feed corn grown there. And for people who aren't familiar with the term, all corn is for eating. Feed corn refers to a lower quality of corn that's usually used for feeding animals. It's different than like sweet corn you'd buy in the market. Jeff lives in the middle. I don't live in the middle of nowhere. It's actually one of the lessons of this story. I live in a town that has 100,000 people. The headquarters of 2 major insurance companies are here. We have a public university, a private university, a community college. We have a bunch of restaurants. We have a couple different movie theaters. I think a lot of people that live in very urban settings don't realize that there are like these mid-sized bastions, like places where I live. Or like there's a middle ground between big city and actual nothing. Executor is scary. Oh, and the Erica might be cooked chip. What are the odds Wheezing can live a turn? If we get 1 turn out of Wheezing and find our stage 1 and stage 2. Is it worth a PSA to tell people to save their premium packs today with the new set in 2 days? It always opens your premium pack before the free packs, right? So you'd have to burn a couple of free packs to do that. There's a specific time we expect the new set to drop. The previous set dropped at midnight central. So I would expect midnight central again, unless we only have one example, right? So it's hard to establish a pattern off of that, but the previous one was that. Manny and both Ericas. All right, it's fine. They're only gonna hit 2 heads here. We're gonna draw Pidgeotto into Pidgeot. So early Wednesday morning CST. No, it was midnight Central Time. Oh, baby! Come on, runner. Runner. Stage 1, stage 2. Stage 1, stage 2. Runner. Ah, man. Opponent had it actually all. We couldn't hit runner. Sedge. Yeah, my expectation would be Wednesday into Thursday if you live in the US. Because, what's the word I'm searching for? It says 29th in some places and 30th in others. All right, I need to run to the restroom and I need to fill my water bottle, which is completely out. We're gonna play something else when we get back. I do some more of this. This was really sweet earlier today. It's one of the more fun brews we've played in recent memory. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tap the like button on the live stream. Doesn't cost you anything. It's a free little bit of engagement. Any idea when all the Pokemon in the set will be revealed? Last time we didn't get any notice. It was just, hey, they were here. Hey, I didn't notice. Martlu put us to 2,100 towards our sub goal. Nice. I bet we can hit that going into this weekend. It'll be sweet. Have you tried Mythical Island Weezing? Yeah, unfortunately Mythical Island Weezing has a lot of the same issues that like Omastar does, which that leaf just makes switching your Pokemon out easier, which is tough. I am not planning to stream at the rollover Wednesday night. The servers are pretty unstable last time the previous pack released. My plan is to stay up late on Wednesday and record a couple of review videos. My hope is early Thursday morning to post a review of the 10 EX Pokemon that should be between the 2 packs, and then have a which of the 2 packs is best to open first for people that have limited resources once we see all the cards. Is to stay up late Wednesday night and get those put together for Thursday morning, and then I'm going to do a full long normal stream on Thursday that'll probably be longer than typical during my normal slot. And then Friday is going to be a killer stream. We're going to be on the Twitch front page for 8 hours on Friday, so that one's going to be a super long stream. We'll probably stream for 9, 10, maybe even more hours. And then Saturday is going to be the open, which should be probably 9 or 10 hour stream, I'd wager too. All right, I mean, both our R-Box against the Mewtwo deck sounds great. How do you sign up for the Open? Registrations are open on Limitless now. When did you start playing the Lumineon Starmie deck? I actually O2'd a tournament with a Lumineon Starmie variation like 2 days after Mythical Island dropped. It took me a little while to get the details right. Jeff, did you ever try Pokemon Unite? I did. I actually made Pokemon Unite content almost daily for an entire year after the game released. In fact, the way I'm familiar with Spraggles is he and I were a part of the Unite Championship Series broadcast team for the first year that existed. Then when Marvel Snap came out, I ended up dropping Unite to focus on that because it was a little bit more lucrative for me. Well, I try the Pokemon Unite Auto Battler 100%. If they bring the Pokemon Unite Auto Battler to the English client, we will stream some of it. And there'd be solid crossover in my audience for that, and it's something that I personally am interested in trying. What website do you use to enter the deck list to submit? Yeah, Limitless has a deck builder. Do we know approximately how much gold on average we need to complete both packs? It depends on your variant, but in my anecdotal experience, it's between 70 and 90 packs to complete the cards in a booster. How long have you played poker for? When I was in undergrad, I played cash poker as a means of supporting myself. It was 17 years ago at this point. Did you make money doing it? Yeah, I paid for myself to live grinding cash poker in undergrad. Make like low 4 figures a month playing 5 or 6 days a week. Huh? No extra dark energy here is awkward. If I put the Arbok back up, the Mewtwo takes it, and then I put the Farfetch'd out, and I just hope that there's another dark underneath this next fire, I think is the plan. Hey, Zamhots, thanks for the brand new tier 1. I appreciate the support. I think this is the line. It's close though. It's definitely gambling a bit on there being another one under here. You have a video resource explaining why 6 basics is better than less than 6. The general base game theory of it is the good decks in Pokemon Pocket have more than one thing that they do to win the game. And generally speaking, you need 3 Pokemon lines to have a diverse game plan. Being all in on doing just one thing makes your deck less consistent because there's going to be games where you don't get to do that thing. And you don't want your deck to just fall apart in those spots. If they have Gardevoir next turn, we're dead even with the Dark, yeah. Opponent navigated this game really well, giving up their knockout in the middle. I guess I could pull a Sabrina. Yeah. I've got Sabrina's in my deck. If we had Sabrina, we could pull Gardevoir up and lock it in. Phantom, thanks for the 19 months. Appreciate it. Night Stars, thanks for the almost 3 years. I think looking at Dialga and Palkia, it looks like our upcoming cards are going to be pretty solidly balanced. Unlucky. Wrong full art trainer. GG opponent. Oh, we should have switched to Eevee. Yeah, good call. Should have leafed and given Eevee the chance to flip a bunch. Didn't play to our esports out. Druddigon with Fire Energy. Have I decided what my content will look like next month? I've not. I'm gonna wait and see how things look with the new set release composition. Unless the set releases some kind of colossal miss, I imagine it's gonna involve a lot of Pokemon either way. Do you feel like double Lucario is the way, or will you play just one line? That's usually pretty rare that you play 1-1 on Pokemon. I'm gonna put that there just in case we have all dark from here on out. Yeah, and Lucario's effect stacks the way it's worded, so playing 2 seems great. You want it ASAP, and having multiple copies is good. For people who weren't here earlier when we were talking about it, the way I was posting on Blue Sky about it over the weekend when we found out. Make sure to follow me there if you want pocket updates from me while I'm offline. But we got non-English variations confirmed of the cards that were cut off in the teaser video. So we got it confirmed that Leafeon has a retreat cost of 1. We got it confirmed that Honchkrow has a 2 energy attack that hits anything for 50, even your opponent's active. And it was confirmed that Pachirisu will be 120 HP on the basic EX, similar to Pikachu. Oh, and Cressula, the psychic Pokemon, has a retreat cost of 2, which is real solid. Undergamer, thank you for watching a ton over the last year and more. Welcome to our latest Shillionaire redemption. Make sure our trickle-down economy stays in action. Our next Shillionaire will only be 999,777 shillings. Water Energy Pidgey, gamer. Yeah, Seadra being bad could have a few reasons. It could be because we'll get a Kingdra eventually. It could be because of Misty, but it could also just be because of pack filler. Remember, in games like Pokemon Pocket, some cards are explicitly designed to be bad. I'm gonna be really curious to see if Pikachu decks can afford to play Pachirisu. Because Pachirisu, when you think about it in terms of deck building, is kind of like a stage 1 if you squint. It's a basic, but it requires that you play probably 3 or even 4 Poketools, I would bet. So it's not, I think I'm getting Quack in here. It's not abundantly clear that it's going to be free to fit that into Pikachu. Yeah, it's really going to depend on what the tools look like for sure. Why not evolve Ekans? This is a second Ekans in my hand, not an Arbok. Speaking of Arbok, I think I might trade Farfetch for this first Druddigon here. The evolution this turn is bad for me. And I think the plan is this. And then we put Arbok up. And if they clear this with Pidgeot, Pidgeot, this will survive a hit from Pidgeot and can flamethrower it twice. I think that's our out. Definitely in trouble if they have a Sabrina, though. Preemptive, thank you for the long pocket streams this week. Thursday, Friday, Saturday are gonna be real good ones for sure. Thanks for the 22 months, Undergamer. Ate a fire underneath this as well, though. All right. Dead to Poke-Flute, but otherwise in it to win it. I guess they just retreat to Druddigon, yeah? And then they got us. Yeah. So we lose this turn to the Floop. We were torched either way. Forklift, thank you for the almost 6 years. Appreciate that. Almost 5 years. Math, not even once. All right, gamers, for the remainder of the stream today, we are going to be checking out some Dice streams. They're our sponsored mobile game for the next month. If you're someone that enjoys my stuff and you want to help me hit my sub goal that we've had up on the screen, checking out Dice streams is a great way to play something sweet that's new and get a gift sub to yourself on the channel. You can download it on Android or iOS using my link, and you can play through to stage 8 on your kingdom to be able to support my stuff directly and get a gift sub to the channel. So we're going to finish the stream on just Twitch today for the sponsored bit of them. Let's get that fired up here. Appreciate everybody that's hanging out. Zaire! We'll catch you tomorrow, YouTube.